What I'm about to read is from The Fall of Gray State. This is a new chapter that I'm working on here, have been working on, and will continue to work on for a little bit. I'm going to read a little bit of this for you here before I play my interview with Catherine Michelle, or should I say, she interviewed me and talked about the Gray Stage book. So before I replay that here, I'm just going to read a little bit from a new chapter that I'm working on for most likely part two of the Gray Stage. The rise is almost done. I'm serious. She's coming out to be quite the looker. Can't wait to show you all, but I have to comb her hair for a few more weeks. David Crowley, December 9th, 2014. And so we know the bodies were found on January 17th, 2015. So this is little more than a month before the bodies are found. And there's a lot of these examples that show us that David Crowley was planning for his future, not planning for his death as late as December. And this is not the last one that he talks about in December of 2014. Remember, when I wrote the first book, and I talked to Catherine about this, when I wrote the first book, there was a lot of information that we just did not have. David's day one journal, a lot of things that we had that maybe the Gray State admins did have. Hard to say what they had when, but it's obvious to me that they had a lot of information before we got it in 2018 or so, 2019, whenever it was, maybe even later to past 2020. When we got a lot of the information related to David Crowley's laptop and other things like that. And then just a lot of other information that came out. But this was way back when here. Okay, so this is pretty soon after David's death. And this goes back to something that really stuck out to me. This is a question for the Gray State admins. After the death of David Kamel and Rania Crowley, someone named Martin posted a question directed at the Gray State page administrators. He asked, I raised the question to the administrators. What is your take on Crowley's death? Suicide or probable murder? One of the Gray State page admins quickly responded to Martin's question with, the very extensive and thorough police investigations came to the conclusion that David was the cause of the tragic events that happened. I don't believe that that's technically true. They say that the case is, they don't say that it's closed, and they can never prove that David Crowley did this. So it's a very misleading statement that they are giving to one of David Crowley's fans, supporters of the Gray State Project here. And then it's also curious, like I've always said, it's also curious that these guys still feel like it's cool to just move on with the Gray State Project after David Crowley dies and accusing him of all of these things. It's some pretty sick stuff to me. It's very, very sick. It's not something you would do. If this guy was a murderer, a child killer, you would probably not want any of his content out there. You would not want to present him in a positive light. And so they kind of want to have it both ways. So here is what they say. And this must have been like maybe a week or so after. I have to go back and really see exactly when. But they go on to say, it's you can believe if you want to or not that the police investigation, that they came to the conclusion that David did this. Their conclusion that David did it is because they couldn't find any evidence that anyone else did. But then it goes back to the question we've been asking for years: did they even look? And I can't really find any evidence that the investigators looked at anybody else, began to look at anybody else. I should take that back. I have found a few hints that they may have been looking at other people, but not that much. And I don't believe they were seriously looking at anybody else other than David Crowley from the start. And they've made that clear by the fact that within 24 hours, they were already accusing David. And that could have been to throw somebody off. If they were looking for other people, that could have been to throw them off. So they would slip up. And we did see a lot of strange things that happened after David Crowley's death. So here's what the admins go back and tell Martin. And well, here's what I say in the chapter here. Even so, Gray State Facebook page admins didn't see the need to shut down a Facebook page associated with an alleged murder and child killer. The admin went on to comment, "It's heartbreaking and hard to totally comprehend still. They were like family, as close friends tend to be. But were they really close friends, especially towards the end of David's life?" Some people don't want to believe that, the Gray State page admin continued. Even those that didn't know the Crowleys, or us for the most part, never even heard of Gray State before 2015. Now, I first heard of Gray State back in 2012 when the first Gray State trailer came out, but I was never a fan. Still, they're right about one thing. Some people like me do not believe the alleged, very extensive and thorough police investigations proves David is guilty. The Gray State page admin was quick to generalize what they believe some people had concluded about the alleged double murder suicide. Martin asked a sincere question, and look at how the admin responded. They just want to come up with every conspiracy theory out there, the Gray State page admin continued. Point fingers in every other direction away from the facts, and instead of facing those facts, only focus on speculation so it fits with their ideas and theories. Now, I would argue it is the Gray State goons who pointed fingers in every other direction away from the facts. The Gray State team and admins have never provided facts to support their assumption that David is guilty of a double murder suicide. They simply piggyback off what the police say, who also have never proved David was a killer. Perhaps the strongest evidence proving David's innocence stems from the extensive and thorough police investigations. I truly believe that. The extensive and thorough police investigations, the BCA, everybody that is involved, to me, proves that David Crowley is innocent. It is the strongest proof, all in their documents. That all of that proves to me that David Crowley is innocent. Because none of it really points to David committing a crime. It really doesn't. It points the other way to me. I don't know. It kind of exonerates him, but whatever. The lengthy response from the Gray State page admin goes on to say, so while people can spend all the time they want trying to figure out what the nefarious and heinous plan by the New World Order was, the fact of the matter is that the only nefarious and heinous plan was that of David's. Now here they accuse David of having a nefarious and heinous plan to kill his wife, 5-year-old daughter, and himself. They also indirectly insinuate that David left his dog to starve to death or feast on the flesh of certain parts of 3 deceased bodies while drinking from 2 toilets in order to survive alone in a house for 3 weeks. Now, is that what close friends tend to do? Nice friends. The Gray State page admin also tried to play the victim when answering Martin's question, claiming to be concerned about David's friends and family that are still here and how they will be left asking why for the rest of their lives. Many of us are asking why. Why did this happen? We're also asking, why would anyone assume David is guilty? Even some of those people who have never heard of Gray State before 2015 could ask the same question. Family members were asking why. Friends were asking why. Fans were asking why. And military soldiers were asking why. People who care about a child being killed were asking why. And anyone who knew about the case was probably asking why. People who look into suspicious cases may still be asking why. Anyone influenced by David's work is probably still asking why. I find it interesting that the Gray State page admin focused on the why. Shouldn't the admins be just as concerned about how David is guilty? Focusing on why David did this assumes David is guilty and ignores evidence to the contrary. You don't need to ask why for the rest of your life unless you want to play the victim for the rest of your life. You can easily look at the facts and go where the evidence leads you. The admin went on to respond, we put many years into this with David as partners, and thousands of people want to see this project still happen. So again, we're back to discussing how the Gray State team, who David was distancing himself from, can continue to make a movie created by someone they accuse of killing a child. This really is the fall of Gray State to me, all of this. The person posting as the Gray State seems delusional to me. Who would want to see the project of a murderer move forward? It makes sense to me that people who think David is innocent would want to see the Gray State film succeed. Why would those who believe David is guilty want this project to come to fruition? Aren't they concerned about how that would affect the family and friends who will ask themselves why for the rest of their lives? That seems selfish to me. To be clear, those in control of the Gray State social media accounts are still using David and his creation for their own purposes. But we put many years into this, the Gray State admin wanted Martin to know. Regardless of what David may have been saying in the months leading up to the tragedy, he was never alone on working on Gray State. There are plenty of videos and interviews out there that show that. Reading the above comment made me wonder if the person posting as the Gray State admin was Danny August Mason. There are a few reasons why I believe that was the case. One reason was because the admin felt the need to remind people that David wasn't working on the project alone, regardless of what David may have been saying in the months leading up to the tragedy. That's a pretty damning statement there. So they are recognizing here that even David was saying that he was working on this project in the last months of his life alone, not with these other guys. But they still want that credit, and they still want to take this project and try to do something with it, and they will, as we've seen. We continue reading on a little bit more. What David was saying about building a new team in the months leading up to his death is well documented in David's social media posts, private messages to peers, and in his day one journal. It's interesting, the admin makes a point to let people know David was not working on the project alone, and that other people had put years into the Gray State. This is more evidence the Gray State admins were aware David was distancing himself from some of them in the months leading up to the deaths. That included Danny Mason. David wanted Danny Mason to sign a certificate of employment and release agreement. I'll read that again. David wanted Danny Mason to sign a certificate of employment and release agreement form, which was predated August 1st, 2014. Danny Mason never signed the form, but he responded to David's request with some demands of his own. In that email, dated September 26, 2014, Danny Mason mentioned his contributions to the project over the last 4 years. I cannot sign the agreement, as in for a handful of reasons, Danny Mason wrote to David, but most importantly, because I have dedicated 4 years to Gray State. I have been intimately involved in the creating, casting, development, production, and marketing of the project to this point. Danny Mason believed he was rightfully entitled to 10% of the gross revenue of whatever may be generated from Gray State moving forward. I still don't understand why he would demand 10% of the Gray State project in September 2014 and then tell police he was just an actor when being questioned about David's death in the first month of 2015. Did Danny Mason forget he was more than an actor when speaking to police, or did he knowingly lie? The second thing that stuck out in the comment was the use of the word tragedy. While Danny Mason wasn't the only one to use that word or phrase, Mason Hendricks once commented that the deaths were tragic but poetic. Danny Mason had used that word when being interviewed by Ben Swann days after the bodies were found on January 23, 2015. During that interview, Danny Mason was asked to comment on if David had PTSD or not. To the best of my knowledge, asked Ben Swann. To the best of your knowledge, asked Ben Swann, had David exhibited any symptoms or signs of PTSD in the years that you've known him? Nothing that would, I guess, constructually fit the bill for a diagnosis of PTSD, answered Mr. Mason. Not in the form with David, and that could have been masked with his creativity, but nothing to the extent that immediately he flipped out and kind of lost his mind. That diagnosis to explain the tragic events just doesn't fit. We can only assume leading up to it, to the tragic event. We can only assume. There you go. We know for sure Danny Mason was an admin for the Gray State social media platforms. I cannot say for sure it is Danny Mason responding to Martin's question, but that is my assumption. Perhaps it doesn't matter to some people as much as it does to me. Some people may question why the admins of the Gray State social media accounts believe David is guilty. I'm one of those people who question their beliefs regarding this case, and I stand by those questions. Do these Gray State admins stand by their belief that David is guilty of a double murder-suicide? If so, what is their belief based on? I ask the question because I have not seen them provide evidence of David's guilt. Even in the admin's lengthy response to Martin's 17-word question, no facts supporting the allegations against David are given. So we will continue. The admin continued. So we will continue. The admin continued. That's kind of weird. So we will continue and we'll do our best to make Gray State become something we feel the fans will love and appreciate. You know what I think the fans would love and appreciate? I'm just speculating here. But I assume the fans would love and appreciate it if those who assumed control of the Gray State project would stand for David and stand by the facts of this tragic event. Committing suicide is one of the worst things a person could do, except for murder. To be accused of both and to have people who have worked with you for several years buy into the accusation within days of your death is a very tragic event. Perhaps David was right when he said death was not the worst thing someone could do to you. Here we have people going along with the assumption David is guilty within days of his body being discovered, and then wanting to move forward with his project. None of this makes sense to me. Martin asks a simple question, and once again, the Gray State goons fail to provide a simple and articulate answer. Even so, Martin thanked them for their thorough answer. Martin believes the timing of the deaths were very suspicious. He ended by asking if the police report was made public and who is administering this site now and pushing forward the movie. There was no public response I'm aware of, though I know for sure Danny August Mason and Sean Wright are admins of the Gray State pages and have access to the Gray State YouTube channel. And welcome back to the Gray Stage. Going to do some more reading of the second untitled book that I'm working on. Went back and looked at what I have, and then may do a few little short clips, a few little replay clips as well. We'll see how this goes, how the night takes us. All right, so I'm going to jump right into this here. And I will also open up the line if anybody does want to join me. Feel free to jump on in, dive on in. Here we go. So now let me go here. And here we are. A question for you. So in the last show that I did, and it was not live, but kind of went through the first 4.5 pages here. So now working my way down, we're at the middle of page 5, and I will just continue reading on. Audio's okay? Middle of page 5. Perfect. I really like this microphone I got here too. This section is called A Question for You. Speaking of the Gray State YouTube channel, they felt the need to comment on a short YouTube video I made titled Gray State Fans, which was a message to the fans of David's work. This was probably a few months after David died. This was after members of the Gray State team wanted admin access to both the Justice for David Crowley of Gray State page and the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. So, maybe I should play that before I get going too far in here. And I wonder if I should add any of that to the book or not. It's a pretty interesting question. I was gonna play 46, but now I'm thinking I'll go to the one called the Gray State Fans. How long is that? Do I even have that here anymore? Gotta have it here. Gray State Fan. Gray State Fans. That's about 8 minutes. I don't know if I want to play that whole thing. Oh, why not? All right, so I may not play the whole thing, but I'll play some of this here just for fun because it is relevant to, and it may make a little more sense maybe. I don't know if I'll play the whole 8 minutes of this clip, but I will play some of this here. All right. Gray State Fans. Now, again, this is from my backup channel. The Gray Stage channel is the backup channel. I had all of this stuff on my Greg Fernandez Jr. channel.
So I think we have to start with,
Of
well,
course,
okay, Gray State.
quite. Then when it got taken down, I had to move everything over here when the main channel got taken down. But so things may be a little bit out of order on the Gray Stage YouTube channel. You may have noticed that there's so many videos. I don't know if anyone notices or really cares too much, but it was one of the reasons why I had to go back and kind of redo some of the cluster Fs that were happening here. But this is Gray Stage number 22, titled Gray State Fans. This must have been originally, this had to have been 2015. 2015. This had to have been 2015. If maybe 2016, I doubt it. I believe this was in 2015, a few months after the deaths. I'll play it.
So I think we have to start with, well,
Actually, it'll probably help. I did do it. Okay, cool. So we'll play a little bit of this um, from way back when. Wow. Before I got my double chin. Let's do this.
oh, okay, Gray State fans, do you believe David Crowley is guilty or not? I think some of the people on the Gray State pages, some of the fans, people that are posting on these pages, don't understand the Gray State team's point of view on this case. Now, I think at this point, a lot of people know that David Crowley has been accused of murdering his wife and his child and then killing himself. I am not so sure at this point if a lot of people understand that the Gray State team also believes that David Crowley is guilty. So it makes me wonder, why are you supporting, for those of you who are, why are you supporting this project going forward, knowing that the people who are going to be moving it forward think that David Crowley is guilty? You will never get David's vision. His vision of the movie was something different than what the Gray State team wanted. I think that's very clear. I think he made that very clear. And a few other people have made that very clear to me too, that David wanted to take the movie and the project in a different direction than what you're seeing in that trailer. Now, if that's true, then there's no way that the Gray State team could ever make David's project become a reality. They can only make it their project and do whatever they want with it. And yes, that will include spin-offs and series and video games and all this other crap. Who knows what else? But it won't be David's vision, and it never will be. Should the movie go forward? Should it be made? The documentary, pretty much finished, will probably be put out there, and the public will see it, hopefully for free, as David wanted. But
Thank you. Always looking out. Good looking out there. As I was saying, this, what I was saying there, I think that really hit a nerve with them. This was very, very early on where I was trying to see if they were going to go for it. I knew they were going to try to move this thing forward even after David's death. And I think that's what really ticked them off. And I think that's why they came to my channel, to my original channel, the channel I had before the Gray Stage channel, my first channel. They went there and left a comment. Again, they went out, they came after me. They commented on me. They contacted me. I never contacted these guys. None of them. They contacted me and then later tried to play some type of a victim, like we were going after them. But it needs to be very, very clear. They drew first blood, to put it mildly. But no, seriously, they contacted Dan. They contacted me, and then they didn't like the response that they got, so they played this victim role. So what I'm going to read here from this book, and like I was saying, a good working title for this book would probably be The Fall of Gray State. I believe that would be a really good working title. So I want to say hi to Catherine. Thank you, my friend, for being here and for letting me know that I had no sound. That's pretty cool. Stacy Salah, I hope I'm saying that right. Sure hope you stay prayed up. Yes, absolutely. God be with us. God be with us all. And that's it. That's all that we really need. So I keep Jesus Christ first. I have no fear of anything else here. I only fear Jesus. That's it. I fear my salvation, really. But for whatever reason, I did feel called to this case. And pretty early on, and it just seemed like everything just kind of flowed. There weren't too many roadblocks, and the resistance that we got from the Gray State Goons didn't really turn violent, didn't really turn didn't push until later on. But that video that I just played was definitely from 2015. Had to have been just a couple months after these deaths. And I think they commented on my channel on that video, the Gray State fans, because they did not like what I was saying. But for them to even show up and to comment stood out to me. And in what video? Because it was the Gray State fans, because they needed that fan base to try to push this project forward. In their delusional mind, somehow that what I was doing, what Dan was doing, what others were doing was hurting their pushing this project forward. And what type of a motive would they have for pushing this project forward? If they really thought David was this killer and everything, why would you want to put that out there, right? That was pretty much the whole message there for that 8-minute clip. I'm not going to play the whole 8 minutes of that, but it is out there. And yep, your only hope is God's protection. That's it. It's always been like that, always will be. Nothing's changed. So again, I did put the link. If anybody does want to join and jump in here, please feel free to. I'm just going to read through some of this stuff, but I kind of feel like a good working title would be The Fall of Gray State. It's kind of what this book really is. Like, it's not new information. It's just stuff that either I took out of the book, or stuff that never made it into the book, or stuff that I learned after the first book came out. That's all that this second book really is. It's just a continuation. It's no new bombshell revelation of new information, right? That would be book 3. If that ever happens, that's what a trilogy is. So that would be the conclusion to this story, which would end in at least vindicating David, in at the very least making it more mainstream knowledge, some type of recognition, getting some officials statewide, I don't care if it's state senators or something, but getting somebody to really recognize and go on public and put it out on public that this man is innocent until proven guilty, and he is not proven guilty. And the investigation that should be done is the investigation into those police officers, into the investigators, into the authorities that are involved. They are the ones that need to be investigated for their investigation. And this case needs to be used as a trial case, or whatever you want to call it. This should be a case that every person in criminal justice should study. Any person who is taking criminal justice, I believe, should at some point study this particular case to see what the police did right, what the investigators did right, what they did wrong, how we can make sure something like this does not happen again. Right? That's what I would like to see. That would be the end of this story for me here, right? Because we're not going to bring David Crowley back. That's not going to happen. But I think many of us, anyone that's watching this, maybe not everyone, but most of the people, I believe, hopefully, that are watching this, do not think David Crowley was guilty, and or are at least open to maybe that he's not guilty, right? One or the other. So I do hope that we have some more information on that. Good. Thank you, my friend. Nice to see you here too, Eric. How about that Daybell case, Cat? Yeah, Catherine's on that. She does a lot of shows, just kind of keeping us updated to that. There's so many different cases nowadays, I'm sure, as we all know. But as far as this one here, that was a big deal, and this would be a really good first chapter, I think, to really open up this story. What I have here is about 50 pages. That's almost half of a small book, even a booklet or a pamphlet or something. So I do believe I have just about enough to do something with just what I have here, which doesn't cover the Tony Floyd saga, doesn't cover the Day One Journal. So just covering that stuff, some of the information from Kamel's sister's friend, all of that, could be part of this book, because it really is showing the fall, not the fall of David Crowley, but the fall of this project and the fall of these people who wanted to accuse David and show how shameful their actions were. Now, I touched on that in the final chapter of the first book, but I think there's some more work to be done here. Definitely some more work to be done. Okay. So let me stop that screen share because I want to get back to just reading this. Again, I'm only on page 5 here. So let me go here and continue reading on. So for anyone just joining, all I was saying is that I had made this video on YouTube back in 2015 called Gray State Fans, and the Gray State Goons, the Gray State YouTube page, they responded to it publicly. I think they may have dropped it later on, and there may even be 2 responses if I remember correctly. But so let me just continue to read on, and I'll go back just a little bit here. The Gray State YouTube channel, they felt the need to comment on a short YouTube video I made titled Gray State Fans, which was a message to the fans of David's work. This was probably a few months after David died. This was after members of the Gray State team wanted admin access to both the Justice for David Crowley of Gray State page and the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. Both of them, to the Facebook page and the Facebook group. They wanted it all. The Gray State YouTube channel left a comment directed towards me. This is what they say, and this is why I started. Here's a question for you. A question for you. Right? This is what they say. Here's a question for you. What do you gain by obsessing over Gray State and the Crowleys? What do I have to gain? I gain knowledge of truth. First of all, I don't obsess. A Christian does not obsess over anything. I'm not obsessed with this case. At this point, I've been looking into this case for about a couple months here at the most. So there's no need to obsess over anything. But of course, that's what they do. They want to throw out those slanderous words there. So what do I have to gain? I gain knowledge of truth, since these fools haven't provided any. The Gray State Goons should be doing what I and others have been doing for the past 7 years, probably even more now, which is looking for what really happened here. That's what I gained. I wonder what they have gained from all this. Then I'm accused of obsessing over Gray State and the Crowley family. Asking questions and pointing out simple facts about the case doesn't mean I'm obsessed. I don't care about the Gray State in the least. I'm concerned about the rush to judgment in this case, especially when there is a child, a woman, and a United States Army veteran involved. According to the Gray State YouTube channel, the police did a very thorough investigation, which you only know a fraction of. This is them continuing on. Yet they've never been able to counter any of my claims of David's innocence. If they know more than I do about this case, then their views about David would be backed up by facts instead of speculation. To date, their accusations remain unproven. My opinion that David is innocent is based on facts, not feelings. The facts are on my side. That is why the Gray State Goons never accepted my challenge to a debate. They know they will lose. Maybe they're not as dumb as I thought they were. Maybe. Just maybe. Then the Gray State YouTube channel explained why they went dark after David's death, a little while after doing their media tour supporting the allegations against their friend. So we took time off to mourn, realign our focus, and work on other projects. Now we have decided to push forward. This sounds like Sean Wright to me. So I know in the last thing, in the last video that I did, talking about that admin sounded like Danny August Mason. This sounds like Sean Wright to me. This is exactly something that I believe Sean Wright would say. Talking about mourning, realign the focus, work on other things, and push forward, which is exactly what they tried to do. I think Sean Wright got cut out of that, obviously, if you look at what happened with Danny Mason and the split between the Gray State Goons, where you have Danny August Mason on one side, Hendricks and Sean Wright on the other, and then all the other goons kind of took sides, and whatever happened, some shenanigans happened behind the scenes, there's no doubt. But this person who took the time to comment is probably Sean Wright. That's my guess. I don't know. I don't know who all has access, or at least at that time had access to the Gray State YouTube channel, but they were not shy about posting. They were not shy about commenting, about leaving comments, but then they can't back it up. And the challenge to debate still stands whenever they are ready. That is an open debate to the Gray State Goons. Let me continue on. They want recognition. Let me see. Go back a little bit. So they believe the creator of Gray State is a murderer, but they still want to move forward with his project? That seems strange to me. They want recognition for their contributions to the Gray State project, but they're not creative enough to come up with something original or something just as powerful. Instead, they would just leech off a dead man's creation. Reading on. The Gray State Project was never a one-man show or some vision of strictly David's. It was, since the very beginning, a team effort. But as we know what happened to that team. Let me read on. I don't think David would dispute the original idea was a team effort, but this person fails to mention the drastic changes the script went through in 2014 and the fact that David was in the process of building a trustworthy team in September of 2014. It's interesting how that fact was conveniently left out of the Gray State's comment. And that really was another thing that was pretty much left out of Eric Nelson's Sloppumentary too. Anything that would show that David didn't want anything to do with these Gray State Goons or wanted to separate himself or distance himself from them, anything along those lines, they needed to get rid of. They needed to ignore at the very least. And I can see my stream is buffering a little bit here. So I will continue to read on. It seems to do better when I'm reading. So what happened was horrific and extremely heartbreaking. The Gray State, I even put the Gray State YouTube channel. It should be the Gray State. Let me see if I can edit that right here. Even I do that sometimes. What happened was horrific and extremely heartbreaking, the Gray State YouTube channel continued. But tell me, have you ever lost friends like that? I doubt it. If I had lost friends like that, where the situation was horrific and extremely heartbreaking, I would not jump to conclusions about my friend's guilt within days of his body being found. But that's just me. I wouldn't be as lazy as the Gray State goons and just assume my friend was guilty within days of his body being discovered. According to the Gray State YouTube channel admin, it took a lot of soul searching and a very long discussion before coming to the conclusion to keep the project going. The number of people still wanting Gray State to happen far outweighed those that didn't. Those that didn't were in small minority that includes people like you. Oh, hurts so good. And I don't believe the Gray State project should move forward until local or state authorities in Minnesota publicly acknowledge David's innocence. Only then would the project have a chance of succeeding. What Hollywood film studio is going to fund a project tied to an alleged child killer? It would be a small minority for sure. That would be a small minority for sure. That is, if any studio would touch the tainted Gray State creation. The Gray State goons tried to move forward with David's Gray State after his death, and thankfully, they failed. That was a big victory. The story could have ended right there, and maybe it should have ended right there. And for me, at one point, it probably would have ended right there. My point was made. Everything that I wanted to say was made. Gray State Granny Fluid Goons. Yeah, and that was it. All right, my friend. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I'll be here for a little bit longer, not too much longer, at least till my battery dies. Or I get another video takedown. This is something weird is happening with this channel now. Just playing replays. Now there's certain things on replay I can't play. Okay. Let me see here. I was also accused of attacking the families and friends of David Crowley. So let it be known the way you and the people in your group attacked David's family, Kamel's family, and all of our friends is sickening and just downright pathetic. Now, I must have been very busy to have time to attack all of those people within a year of David's death. Seriously, that accusation is a lie, but it doesn't surprise me that they would lie about me. Look how they treated David Crowley after he died. Of course, they don't provide any evidence I was attacking anyone, but that's the typical behavior of these Gray Stage Hands. The Gray Stage Hands was another working title that I had at one point too, but didn't feel right for some reason. It made sense, the Gray Stage and the Gray Stage Hands, for people who know theater and stuff like that, but I don't know. Didn't really flow as well.
I like goons.
Like the Gray State Goons.
Gray State Granny Fluid Goons.
That may work too.
Flows right off the tongue.
It does. How are you, my friend?
I'm okay, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing all right here. I'm doing all right. I was when I went back and I was watching I did a show with Catherine about my book, and somehow she brought up the second book, and I went back and I started reading. I was like, I probably do have enough for a second book that I could write here. And so that's what I'm really thinking about once I get this Kennedy and Trump book finished, and my COVID book that is pretty much ready. I just need one final draft there. And this, I looked at this and I thought I'd have 20, 30 pages good to go. It's about 50, 60 pages that I have that are ready. And like I said, doesn't even include David's Day One Journal, which could be its own book, and the whole Tony Floyd saga and all of that stuff, where we all of a sudden these documents in 2022, I think all of a sudden we have
George
all
Floyd?
these new documents. Tony Floyd, which is weird. Now this is the guy's name, Tony Floyd, which
I thought you said George Floyd.
No, but listen, but check it out, because this is a code name. Tony Floyd. That's a code name. It's a code name. So this person had all this documents, had that actual video. Remember that video that we played years ago That's where this all came from. You
Mm.
know, a lot of the stuff that we never got, that this person got, that was working with the fan club too. It's the whole nother issue there.
Fan club.
So it's just a whole nother thing here. But
Is
I'll
that what
keep reading.
shows are called these days? The fan club.
I think so. I think they've got to be fans. I mean, some of the hardest fans are the ones who actually hate you. Go and ask Taylor Swift. I'm sure a lot of her fans are just haters. They're hating on her. You know. I know you've got them because I feel like my fan club was just like a spinoff of yours.
Yeah, man. Like the only people I told you probably 3 weeks ago or so. I left that. The only person
That's
I
good.
broadcast with now is you.
Yeah, that's good.
That's it. Fucking if another person might want to jump on like Jeff Hayes or Damien, that's
Maybe
fine.
Damien. Yeah, I was gonna say
But-
I still see Damien on
Yeah.
there sometimes, but
I'm out of that. You'll come
That's
back
good.
10 years from now, they'll still be doing the same thing. I finally escaped after 20 years. Finally got out of this.
so many sides changing. That's what I see with your fans. It's like, wait a minute, I thought they didn't like this person. Now all of a sudden they're talking, they're live streaming with them and stuff like this. And I'm like, wow, okay. Which is I that's what happened to me too. Not at the same level, definitely not. But it's just crazy how they flip. How they flip. People you think are your friends, or people you think that are at least, you know, serious, and you find out they were just fishing. It sounds like they were fishing the whole time, or they're just too dumb to even know that.
Or
what
they're just
doing-
loco.
They're just loco,
Yeah,
right?
the loco gene.
So,
Yep.
and whatever it is, it always comes out, right? The truth always comes out.
Psychopathy is a thing.
On this nice Friday night here. Thank you for joining me, my brother. I will continue to read on, but feel free to stop me if you've heard this one. Stop me anytime. Jump on in. Okay, so the Gray State admin concluded their comment by stating, "This will be the first, last, and only message response you and any of the people in your group ever get from us. Feel free to take a screenshot of this and chat about it on your little Facebook group, just like you do with everything else. Take care, the Gray State." I mean, that hurts. That hurt me so bad. I was so hurt by that. But they may be some type of a what do they call that, where people can guess the future? Man, psychic, I guess. I know not. I know they may be a little psychotic, but maybe a little psychic here too, because that's exactly what I did. It's exactly what ended up happening here. I took a screenshot and posted in the group, and we talked about it in our little Facebook group there, which at the time was maybe 1,000, maybe 500 or so. Nothing like it became later on after Eric Nelson's Sloppymentary came out. So take care. And then, of course, these guys are liars because they say this is the only message response that I'll get, and that's not true. They responded like a couple minutes later. So they say. So I'm glad they gave me permission to take a screenshot of their comment. I didn't need it or even ask for it, but it's funny they took the time to grant me their approval. The narcissism of these guys here. They must think highly of themselves. The screenshots have been posted in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, but I will also add them at the end of this book. Why not? We'll have a little screenshot love fest. Even after stating that was the first, last, and only message or response I would receive from the Gray State YouTube channel, they left another comment, so they lied again. Commenting one last time on my YouTube video, Gray State fans, here is what the Gray State admin posted. Oh, and by the way, yes, you have been blocked from our Facebook page now too. Didn't appreciate you harassing us and all the fans. So that became another moment where we were harassing.
Oh my God, you were blocked from a Facebook page. Whatever will you do?
That's right. So I'm going to play a little bit more of that video here.
Oh, my feelers are hurt. My poor feelers are hurt.
I'm hurting. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this.
Whole lot of hurt feelers.
Be made at this point. Let's think about this. Let me think. You know, if this was
Also, this audience really low. I'm gonna play this one. I'm gonna play what I originally wanted to play.
Did a
actually.
motorcycle just appear behind you?
Yeah, it did.
Green
It sure
screen.
did. No, that was just me driving off into the sunset here. What was it? 45. Number 45 here. Yeah, I love this one. This is a pretty good one here. This is about the journals. This is
The weird thing about me is I get
this is Kamel's sister's friend that I
Oh, this is a great one.
interviewed her. This is just a short. I won't play the whole thing here.
to see both sides. I agree with you guys at certain aspects, and I agree with Sidra. You know, as far as journals go, I think that should be released, but that's just me. You know, the reason why I say that is their journals have a lot of information. You know, David's were a little weird. You know, he wasn't the easiest person to read, but you know, as far as Kamel's go, you know, that's all she spoke about. So I think like maybe in time Sidra would be willing to, you know, release some of the journals, but it really shows you what Kamel was going through. And I don't think she even understood what she was going through. So, yeah, I mean, it started in July when Nyla got sick. And, you know, she started writing just, I guess, her thoughts and stuff. And she talks about her dad and how frustrated she was with him and just, you know, back and forth with the family. She was just trying to understand her feelings. And I think she was just very confused because she wanted to be there for her family, but I don't know why she didn't say that on her journals, but David didn't want that. He didn't want her coming down here. And that was, you know, that was the plan. Even after she disagreed with Mr. Alam about, you know, doing chemotherapy and stuff, she was supposed to come down here for Nyla's surgery. You know, Mr. Alam was going to buy her a ticket, and, you know, even though they didn't agree on things, they were still, you know, she was still there for them. And then one of the journals that stuck out to me was overnight, she sat down with David and he convinced her that she shouldn't come here. That's not her family anymore. Ronnie and David are her priority, and, you know, let them figure it out.
And this is what's weird. So I don't know if she mentioned that this is from Kamel's journal, because none of that is in David's journal. None of that is in David Crowley's journal. So it's just, you know, other things. But I felt like this part here, this will be its own chapter. So a lot of the stuff that the friend talks about, that will end up just being its own separate chapter related to the journals, which I'm still, like I said, still having a hard time trying to figure out which journal is this, which journal, because we hear about a written journal, we hear about the type journal, we hear about, well, we know that there is a day one journal, a digital journal. So trying to piece all of that, I just never had time to really narrow it all down. But as far as I can tell, there is just Kamel has a journal and David has his day one journal. If David has a written journal, I don't know where that I'm not saying that isn't out there, but I would not doubt it. Every writer probably has. I mean, I got a journal right here.
That was a 2 minute and 15 seconds. I think it was the total amount of time you played that.
Yeah.
And if you took a shot every time she said, yeah, no, YANNO, yeah, no, you'd be wasted. Just I look for these keywords in certain, if you say like every other sentence or every sentence, or, you know, something's amiss.
Interesting.
Always reading language. It's pissed a lot of these granny fluids off, reading their language. me, I. It tells you something about people, man. If they're
Interesting.
using self-identifiers like that constantly, well, yeah, it's psychopathy, it's sociopath, it's psychopath, all those fun words.
All the words.
Narcissist, malignant narcissist. If you're using these words constantly, like Greg never did that. Greg rarely talks about the I, me, and my. He talks about what's going on in the world. He might give his opinion about what he thinks, but
Yeah, I generally.
I I feel like no, we don't know.
Don't know.
That's how you feel. We don't feel that way.
We don't deal in generalities here.
What was your take on her? I haven't seen that whole clip.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I spent about one
I watched
hour.
more of that
Yeah,
clip.
if you want to watch a little more.
That's Kamel's sister
This is Kamel's sister's friend.
speaking. Friend.
Yeah, Kamel's sister's friend.
Kamel's
Now
friend.
there are people that think that it really is Kamel's sister. There are people that think that. I can't verify. I've never heard Kamel's sister's voice. As far as I know,
No, it doesn't lend a lot of credibility of Kamel's sister's friend. I thought that was Kamel's sister.
Yeah, as far as my understanding, it's Kamel's sister's friend, who is a very close family friend.
Okay.
I've seen a picture of what this person allegedly looks like privately. I have seen that, and she got a lot of stuff right.
Play some more of that. I haven't heard it yet, Greg.
This is just a
If you would.
clip. Yeah, this is just about the journals. That's all that this clip is. But yeah, I will play some more of this here while I mute my mic for the motorcycles that just want to go flying by my house.
And it's just a pattern. Like, it's very interesting, reading them and seeing how it shifts.
Yeah.
And how her.
You can keep playing it, man.
Okay.
I'm just going to put out the nose.
Oh, it's okay. All right. Well, tell me if you want me to stop. I'll stop it.
No, just keep going.
Even her own emotions change. She starts doubting herself. She starts off strong, and you can see a pattern.
Kamel's mom, is going through all of this pain, all of this suffering. Why wouldn't David want Kamel to go see her mom?
Exactly.
It was about control. It was more about control for him. I think ever since that time when Kamel called her dad and said she was leaving him, I think ever since then it was very.
A lot of things.
It was very. I guess he was scared for that. He didn't really like for Kamel to come down here. I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, but she's only came down to Texas twice. And it was the 2 times that she got the cars, and one of those was Sidra's graduation, but any other events, she never came down to Texas. Sidra was the one that would go in the summer and, spend Christmas with them because she just couldn't come down here. And I think that speaks like a lot too, because it just shows, what daughter wouldn't want to visit their, her family and her friends in Texas. And I think that speaks a lot from his side on how controlling he was on that aspect. I mean, everybody, take
a shot.
I can, every man is different, and to a certain extent, there is some control there, and that's totally fine. Everybody
take a shot.
Everybody has that in their relationship, but to a point where you can't do certain things. He's making her quit her job, and he even writes that in his journal on how he planned it.
That's
and he was surprised that he was able to convince her. So I mean,
no, I don't know.
It just shows manipulation. It just shows
take a shot,
like how possessive he was over her, and
take a shot.
The night of David's reunion,
take a shot.
He writes about that.
Can you pause it real quick?
Yeah, that's another
one of his old buddies.
We're only at like 4. We're not even at 5 minutes, and you just started again. And I heard like 10. We don't know actually, but
when she's talking about David's high school reunion, I don't see that in David's day one journal either. mean, so there are things that, because when I did this, when I talked with this person, we did not have David's day one journal. So again, there are things that she's talking about that you will not find in the day one journal.
I know.
You
Yeah,
know?
no. We know. Will you play more?
Yeah. If you know. And if you don't know,
You know. If you know, you know.
Well, complimented Kamel and, called her beautiful and whatever. And,
More shots.
he didn't like that. And he just writes a whole article, which was so crazy. And it shows his possessiveness. He says she's mine. And I married her because of her beauty. And it's bizarre,
We don't know.
I have the journal with me right now. I could read it. But he was very possessive. Even Ronnie, he writes about her, how he came in between their marriage. And, as a parent, I would never think my daughter would come in between me and my husband,
No, we don't know.
I mean, it just shows how possessive he was over Kamel. So I think that's part of the reason why, she wasn't able to come down here. He was scared. He didn't want her, coming down here and
listen to her.
And wanting to stay here in Texas.
Now it is.
I don't know.
Now that you
Well,
wrote
I don't know,
but I think that had a lot to do with it.
All right.
now that you've made me point out, or now that you have me looking for all the times she's saying that, yeah, you ruined it for me, Eric. Thanks a lot, man.
Dude, it's big pet peeve. Always has been.
Well, I think that made something like that will be better in a book.
Because I hear it from the left libtards constantly. The words right, fucking over and over again. No, it's not right. No, we do not know.
Do not know.
Fucking and dude, it's a pet peeve of mine. So it's a left libtard type thing, man. I know you. Yeah, I wish I didn't freaking listen for it, but we could. I don't know. You can play some more if you want. I don't know.
I don't know anymore.
I don't know. I don't see. It's catchy. Notice if you're talking to somebody who says like a bunch of times, you'll start saying like, or
it's gonna have me.
Watch, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's gonna have me saying it. I'm scared to play it now. Let me finish up with these admins.
I've listened to way too many interrogation videos.
I guess so, man.
Catherine Michelle understands.
Hey, what's up, Damien? How are you, man? Does Damien know? Damien should know.
Right? Damien knows.
Damien knows. Okay, let's see. So
like he knows. Sorry, I'm
So after I got blocked by the Gray State Facebook page, now that should have been it. Like I said, that should have been it. Now, so according to the Gray State admins, I'm not only harassing David and Kamel's family and all the Gray State friends, I'm also harassing the Gray State admins and the Gray State fans. But it has to be clear again. They contacted me. I'm harassing them. All of them have contacted me. I never contacted any of them. They contacted me. How could I be harassing them if they're contacting me to share information?
They care about him so much, they just want to keep his name clean from unclean people like you. This guy right there.
Is the harassment? Where's the harassment?
Right.
And it's like, if you could say that about me, if they can treat David the way they treated him, it does not shock me that
we have questions. You all have no answers. That's
pretty mooch. So let's see. So I'm harassing. I'm this horrible, evil person. These are more lies by the Gray State admin or admins, depending on which admins agree with the accusations leveled at me. This would not be the last time they reached out to me. I ended up blocking 2 people associated with Gray State. And that was for some very, very big reasons. That's when things kind of turned violent, when I got threatened. You don't threaten me like that. The first thing I'm going to do is block you. So I blocked all communication with Sean Wright after he threatened to bring off-duty police officers to my house.
Really? I didn't know that. To your house?
To my house.
No shit. No, I didn't know this.
Now, why not bring police when they're on duty? Why bring the police officers to my house? Why threaten to come to my house? This was a bad move on his part. Sean challenged me to a debate, then didn't show up when I set the date, made the announcement, and sent out the link to join the live stream. I blocked communication with Mason Hendricks for several reasons, but the main reason was, like Sean Wright, he lied to me about several aspects of the case. This will be covered in another chapter of this book. It should be noted both Sean Wright and Mason Hendricks reached out to me. Danny August Mason also reached out to me, but he did it publicly on the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. Mr. Mason challenged me to a debate, and I accepted almost immediately. But Danny August Mason stopped responding to me on Facebook.
Was that when he didn't show up?
Yeah.
And he said he would?
We never, no, he
I remember that.
I set the challenge,
Right.
and they never showed up, so.
Danny Mason challenged you too, and he didn't show up, correct?
Danny Mason challenged me.
he never showed up to debate.
Yep. Yeah. So
yeah, he definitely wins on that.
It's an open challenge. I mean, I'm 3-0, maybe 4-0 here. So I have yet to be beaten yet here.
Yeah, by disqualification too.
By a count out.
TKO.
However it is, whatever you want to say, but yeah, that's how I feel. But I will debate Danny Mason whenever he is ready to muster up the courage. I have not blocked Danny Mason on social media, and I don't know if he has blocked me, although now I think that he may have. I'm not sure. It is weird he would try to throw out the challenge to debate, then back down like the others. Perhaps Danny Mason is smarter than I thought he was. We will also discuss my conversations with Danny Mason.
I doubt it. Oh, by the way, folks, he hasn't said one time during this entire reading here.
I can.
Words never came out of your mouth.
Just to be part of the club, I could if it helps.
So is this chapters of your next book coming out?
Yeah, this is chapter.
We're looking at. Oh, sweet.
Yeah, this is the first chapter of the second Gray Stage book. That's all I know so far, and
you can count me in. I have a chapter ready to go too.
Very cool. I know Catherine does too. So
you have two chapters ready to go. Jamie has a chapter too, I thought.
Jamie has a chapter.
Dude, he did like a whole show, like, this is my chapter for Greg's book. And I'm like, dude, the book's probably not coming out for maybe a year or so, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, that's okay. I'm doing the same thing.
It was so bad too. Again, it was just like, Greg's not going to put that shit in his book anyway.
We'll see what happens with that.
It was, most of it had nothing to do with Gray Stage. Like, it had to do with everything. It started out about Gray Stage, and the whole thing was about anything but Gray Stage.
Yeah.
Like, the book's name's Gray Stage. You're supposed to like get back on to David Crowley, but
keep it about David Crowley.
Just the fun times we go through here. Give me crack.
I'll have to go back and look at that chapter one day. Let's see.
What chapter?
That chapter. Yeah, his chapter.
Did he send it to you? Did you
get it? He did. I
don't know.
He did. I don't know if
Let's go through it.
Let's read thing.
No.
I don't know if I have it here.
I wasn't gonna send mine to you in the right
You still haven't sent me your final version.
No, I've sent you rough. I think I have the final version. I just have to go through it one more time just to check for misspellings. Make sure I didn't put or like in there once.
Do they
or right? David Crowley was unalived, right?
It's unalived.
See how it makes it everybody believes that I'm right about that if I end my statement with right.
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 So
Greg
Here's the
Fernandez is a tranny, right?
right. It must be true,
Right.
Absolutely. If it's on the internet, it must be true. All right. Right. Here was the first.
All right.
Here was the first seed planted for the Hot Greg fan club. Claims of harassment were a big part of the attacks on me and others who questioned the official narrative. All right. Well, there's a lot of empty space right there. Let's get rid of that. According to Mason Hendricks, I had no idea who Mason Hendricks was until he posted some bizarre statements in news articles and in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. This is what he's saying. I have the screenshot. So I honestly believe, and this is all speculative, that this may have been a joint decision, Hendricks said, of the murder-suicide. This is what he posted. This is an article that he was a part of for the TwinCities.com Pioneer Press.
And
So
Mason
here we
Hendricks
have-
was in the military, correct? With
No,
he was not.
No, he was not. That's a different guy.
Who is Mason Hendricks?
Mason Hendricks is a mutual friend between David Crowley and Sean Wright, who happened to go to work for David Crowley and didn't even realize that Sean was also working with David Crowley until they met one day.
So he was like a stagehand. He was
He's a camera guy. He's a camera guy.
It was Sean Wright though that was military.
Sean Wright was not military either. No,
He wasn't.
no. Sean
And
Wright.
who
no.
was in this? Where's the military brothers in this?
The military guy?
I thought Sean Wright was okay.
No, that was actually Mitch Heil. So
Okay,
Mitch
Heil.
Mitch Heil.
Heil.
He
Okay,
was-
so that he was in the military. Was there anybody else involved in this whole thing since David
were-
Crowley's unaliving?
nobody else that directly served with him.
Just Mitch Heil was the only one.
But there were other soldiers. Joseph Seaton was a soldier
Okay,
that was
I've heard
involved
that
in
name,
that.
but I don't.
And there are a few other people that went on the attack after David died. Let's put it like
Went
that.
in the attack against the official story or against you? Against you.
It's me against everybody.
Being
Is everybody-
military and knowing that what David was talking about and experiencing what David was talking about was true. Still went in the attack. Well,
Yeah.
money.
Yeah, and
Sell
that
your
was what-
soul.
I don't know if you were. I think you were on one of the shows that we did. We had the soldier. I had him on twice. A soldier who served with David. Very cool guy.
Yeah, who was that? That's
think
I
you were-
thought.
you were- Yeah, so he was a guy who actually served under David.
Oh yes, I do
yeah.
remember that.
And so I want to, whenever I do another live show and I have some time to kind of plan it out, I definitely want to.
Yeah, and he praised David too,
He did,
and he
he
was
did.
he was awake.
Yeah,
I do
so
remember
his,
that.
So his story will be a chapter in
Because
this
that
book.
to me would show, basically, there it was. Take a shot. I just used it.
Gotcha. Yeah,
All right.
payback, but
Boom, motherfucking. But I mean, that will show you his character as far as you're talking about being at war or being in a military situation in a foreign country.
yeah,
That's with brothers. These are your family, your brothers. Anybody who was in contact with David, I would believe, would be the best way to present what his character was all about.
yeah.
would be
He had
needs to-
also,
And there
Yeah,
wasn't a lot, though. I thought, okay, so Sean, so who was Sean then? This whole thing was he somebody's brother's cousin?
there's the $1 million question.
Was he carrying around the lights and the sound?
I don't know what he
He
was
set the speakers up.
doing. He made the contact. He was David's Rolodex, according to what Sean Wright has told us.
So he
I'm
wasn't
the
military,
Rolodex,
though.
David.
This
No,
is
he wasn't.
interesting.
Not as far as I know.
Just
far as-
learning more, because as much as we've already learned about this case, just learning more just fascinates me. It never stops.
Yeah,
The amount of
there's-
things that I learn about this case. Because
Yeah,
that,
and
that, would,
was-
that would make you look very, very foolish if you claim that Sean Wright or somebody who wasn't a military brother was.
Right. Yeah, there's some very strange things. Sean Wright is an interesting character, part of the We Are Change. So he
Oh,
was a part of
all
that
right.
too. So there's some shady things that happen with We Are Change from my personal experience there. So be careful with these groups. That's when I kind of shied away from being a part of any of these groups. And David found himself doing kind of the same thing,
Right.
distancing himself from all of these groups, realizing these people are not who they claim that they
Right.
are, or they're just people that they're toxic and you just don't want to be around them. It doesn't mean that they are government informants. It doesn't mean that they are working for shady people, but at the very least, it's people that you do not want to be associated with because they are toxic.
They might just be insane psychopaths that they wander amongst us.
They could be. They could be. Only God knows for sure. And that's, for me, that's good enough. That's enough. But Mason Hendricks is another strange one to me too, because he came out and then kind of went back into the shadows. He's a very strange part of this whole thing, because he shows up in all of these news stories, but he is not mentioned in any police reports at all. Now, Sean Wright, his name is mentioned. They have his license, but nothing that he said is mentioned in those 94 pages of police reports. You have to ask yourself why. Why would these two guys, who clearly had been in communication with the cops,
don't ask questions? Shut up.
Where's their reports? Where's the reports on what they say? Where's the documentation on their conversations with the cops when we have all these other ones with all these other people, but you have Sean Wright and Mason Hendricks, who have inserted themselves into this case after David's death, doing the whole media tour, contacting us, threatening us, trying to take control of a rinky dinky Facebook page, right? Okay, it's not so rinky dinky, but I think you get what I'm saying. It's like they wanted to control the narrative, and they wanted to make sure that they controlled the future of the Gray State Project. This was their fault.
The future of it.
Yeah.
When was it supposed to be released?
Well, they wanted.
How long ago was that?
They wanted to push it. How
long ago was those? What, 2013? Is that right? Or 2012? When was that movie scheduled to come out?
The movie was never scheduled to come out.
Well, when was the target date?
There was no target date. They were pitching it. David Crowley was working with the company, not working with any of the Gray State.
It was going to come out within a year, though, of when he put that out. He was getting the funding. It was certainly going to be. It wasn't going to be 2024. My whole point is, if these people are it's in their hands to finish Gray State, okay, it's like fucking over a decade later.
But see,
where is it?
But they had no rights or anything to it, because David Crowley had already cut them out of it. So by the time David Crowley is making deals to make Gray State into a feature film, these guys are not part of this project. It's only after David dies that all of a sudden they insert themselves to try to push this and to try to take credit for David Crowley's work for this project and to move it forward.
And they really haven't moved it forward at all. There's nothing.
They tried, but I do believe that, there were some very smart people out there that said, we're not going to make this. We're not going to do that. You guys crazy?
Yep.
You guys are accusing him of this and you want us to make this project? Didn't you guys just say he's a murderer?
Right. Well, you saw what happened to all the Boeing whistleblowers. They just all keep dying.
They died suddenly.
Have you seen these Boeing 757 whistleblowers? You just keep freaking. Yep, that's what happens, folks. It's mafia type shit.
Yeah, there's you see all these plane crashes and all these strange things happening. It's nuts. It's not. I don't know if they're just cutting corners.
Nuts and bolts. That was exactly what the Boeing whistleblowers were talking about. Where the nuts and bolts were not freaking tightened down on the wing. The planes, but I digress. They're not here to talk about it anymore, folks. All 5 of them.
They didn't tighten up those nuts and bolts. I get it.
One shot themselves in the back of the head 15 times. It really happened, folks.
I believe it. I've seen it before. We know Gary. That's what happened with Gary Webb. So these things do happen. There's evidence out there. Okay.
Man,
crazy conspiracy theory.
And this is where Greg and I will butt heads and differ, because I don't believe, much like 9/11, that the truth about David's ever going to come out. Greg is still optimistic that it can be it can come out and be solved.
It definitely will. It will one day. The truth is out there. It's the truth is out there. People know it. If they want to come forward, they know where to go. It's just up to them if they want to come forward and spread the truth and help get the truth out. It's up to them. Between them and God at this point, really.
Just that movie, dude. I mean, I don't believe we're going to see a movie like he envisioned until the rapture, nuclear war. Something's going to happen before that movie will come out, because that's how much it was exposing.
Yeah, it's
like
fascinating.
nothing else.
Yeah, it's too.
Lead paint has been one of the things that I've really been looking into lately, which has fascinated me. So, do you know the original reason why lead paint was discontinued?
No, I don't.
For houses. Well, it was originally got to go bye-bye because they were saying kids were eating the paint chips, the lead paint chips, and getting sick. I mean, as if that doesn't make a ton of sense. So
how did they get their hands on paint?
Lead is proven to block all these horrific frequencies and waves coming at us from 5G. Older houses, really old houses, they still have lead paint. And these people will tell you they can't even get 5G inside their house because it blocks these harmful frequencies. So that's why lead paint was gotten rid of.
Yeah, I mean,
there's absolutely that's the only reason they got rid of it, is because they said kids were eating paint chips. Okay, yeah. That's not why. It's because it's blocking these rays. So something to think about, preppers and folks out there.
You think lead is safe, though? I mean, I don't really believe lead is.
I mean,
safe.
How is it unsafe unless you eat it?
Lead? I mean, there's
no proof it's unsafe in any way, shape, or form unless you ingest it.
I think they had a lot of studies that were done, and it could be coincidental.
They didn't. It came down to kids reading these paint chips. That was their reason.
They were putting lead in a lot of these kids' toys and stuff too. So a lot of
that's messed up. And the toys, yes, and the paint, no.
But they started seeing a rise. I remember this study. I wish I had the data, but there was a study that I distinctly remember them talking about. I don't know if it was Alex Jones, so consider the source on it. I don't know.
There probably was too a study they were put together by probably the same people who didn't want people to use lead paint. Because I've talked to some people who live in older houses who have lead paint. They can't get 5G, meaning it can't penetrate. So all these harmful rays going out here, the people we're conspiracy theorists were talking about.
Yeah, well, the whole
chemtrails going on and the 5G and all these crazy frequencies, they can't get through lead paint. But I'd be willing to look into it further if there's other, harmful aspects of it.
Lead I would not think is something safe. Lead is in pencils though. It's in every school. I mean, every child uses it. Every person in school. I got the pencil I'm using right here has lead in it. It's minimal, but
it makes sense though, doesn't it? That they would get rid of it because it would block these harmful frequencies. The powers that be, the NWO, the big bad daddies on top of the world. The rulers of this world, not the rulers of the entire universe, but the rulers of this world.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to look more into that to see about that.
I looked into it enough that I'm getting some lead paint in my house. I'm gonna put a certain color. I'm gonna put a blue roof too on.
That's pretty cool. That may knock a couple planes out of the sky.
You look into that though. Biden even talked about it. The direct energy weapons was it Hawaii, and the ones that had blue roofs, they freaking untouched. And there was others of this in Australia and other countries where they had blue roofs and nothing. Yeah,
they were cool. No problem.
Red. What's up with the blue? Is it take the blue pill? We're taking the red pill. We ain't gonna blue. I take the red pill. I will not have a blue roof.
Team blue.
Yeah, I will have a blue roof though. It kind of makes sense in a weird way.
Can't hurt, I guess. Well, let
me
go back.
You go ahead.
No, I want to finish this Mason Hendricks thing. But if you got something to queue up, throw it in the.
No, go. No, go.
So that Mason Hendricks, this is one of the first times that we are hearing about this pack theory. And the pack theory is going to be a big part of what Sean Wright is going to try to tell us later. And it's going to be a big part of the gray state of Eric Nelson's sloppumentary, A Gray State. According to Kamel's sister's friend that we listened to in the full interview, she talks about, there's a whole nother section that's like a 28-minute video there where she talks about Eric Nelson's film and how when Kamel's family saw the final cut, their final cut of Eric Nelson's film, it made this pack theory. They were trying to push the pack theory that Kamel went crazy and was a part of this thing. So that's why you do not see Kamel's family in this film. They were all supposed to be in it, and that didn't happen because of how bad Eric Nelson's film was and how it was trying to make this pack theory that not only was David guilty, but that his wife was also guilty too. And they're not even looking at that to say, well, wait a minute. So if Kamel did it too, then we're not talking about a double murder suicide. Now we're talking about a double suicide and 2 child killers. That's what they were trying to throw this out. Sean Wright is going to tell me that in these text messages, he's going to say that David and Kamel went out on their own terms. But this was one of the first hints that we got at that, where Mason Hendricks, and this is what stuck out to me with Mason, was that he would be so bold as to say he honestly thinks that this may have been a joint decision. That was a big, big deal. That stuck out to me. Now, remember, this is another guy who has 2 different names, Mason Hendricks, but also Mason Norse Hess. So he's got 2 names here for one person. Just very, very strange stuff here. And I spoke on the phone with him several times and exchanged many text messages that are out there that I've released. So the public, or anyone can go and you can read through all of those text messages if you really want to. But Mason Hendricks, who also goes by the name of Mason Norse Hess, supported the claim of a pact between David and Kamel. According to the pact theory, David and Kamel planned to kill their 5-year-old daughter and then kill themselves. Sean Wright had told me a similar fairy tale around the same time. Later, I asked Kamel's sister about the pact theory, and this is in one of those recordings, and she did not believe it either. I'm not sure where this pact theory originated from. Some say it came from the family, while others claim it came from the police. But those who believe the pact theory were unable to back up the allegation then, and they are unable to back up the allegation today. Even Mason Hendricks has retracted his original statement below. So this was Mason Hendricks' original statement from February 12th. February 12th, I don't know if this is 2015 or 2016, but this is what he said then. It can still be joint if David used the gun. Fucking idiots. So how can it be a joint decision if David used the gun? That's what he's saying. He's saying it can still be joint, which technically, okay, I can see that. It's possible that they still had this pack theory and they said, hey, David, you're going to shoot us all. Okay. And David, don't forget to shoot me twice, is what Kamel would have had to have told David, whatever. So when I spoke with Mason Hendricks over the phone, he had changed his mind about the pact between David and Kamel to kill their child and themselves. So when I talked to him and I brought up this pact, he's like, yeah, I'm not buying it now. Sean Wright has never wavered from that pact theory. But in those early days, Hendricks posted some strange messages on Facebook that needed to be looked at closer. First, Hendricks claimed all will be revealed soon. Here's what he says. And I know the quality is really bad here. All will be revealed soon. The dog is okay. I saw him yesterday. David's brother will be taking him. I, along with some friends, will be going to his house on Thursday after the living room is cleaned up and to try to make sense of the note that was left. Read my interview. So there's some key things here, Eric. This had to have been 1 or 2 days after the body is found, because David's brother didn't take the dog. It's the first one to have taken the dog out of the pound a day or two after. So this had to have been really early on. But here we go again with the sacred knowledge. all will be revealed soon. And guess what? It has never been revealed. 9 years later, nothing has been revealed, except that these guys didn't know shit. That's the only thing that has been revealed. The dog is okay. I saw him yesterday. I mean, where is this guy? Who is this guy? Who is this Mason Hendricks coming out so early on? And he's right there monitoring everything, surrounding himself, inserting himself into this whole thing. When this is another guy, and Mason Hendricks even told me this, that David Crowley was distancing himself from him. He can't even respect the dead. David wanted to distance himself from Mason Hendricks. Mason Hendricks is one of the last people to show up at David Crowley's house, unannounced. He admits this. So let me go back here. So he says, I, along with some of the friends, will be going to the house in Thursday after the living room is cleaned up. But we know that there were people, we know that he was there on January 19th. He has admitted this, to being there on January 19th. So the bodies were found. I'm going to have to pull up my calendar here and go back all the way to 2015 here. The bodies were found, let's see, what year? How far back can I go on this stupid calendar? 2015, January 17th, which is looks like a Sunday, right? Sunday or Saturday, is that right? Yeah, January 15th, no, January 17th, sorry, is a Saturday, right? He says he's not going back there till Thursday. That would make it January 22nd, but he's already there on the 19th. So he says they'll be going back there Thursday after the living room is cleaned up to try to make sense of the note. These dates are not lining up. His story is not lining up here. And that's just looking at the calendars for what he is saying. Now, there's many reasons. There's things that may be left out to why these dates aren't lining up that only he would know the answer to. But for whatever reason, they are just not lining up. The living room was already being cleaned up. The living room was being cleaned up on the 19th, on the same day that he was in that house. So, I mean, it's just, and he's not saying we will be going there Thursday after the living room is cleaned up for the first time. He's not saying that. If he was saying that, that would be a whole nother thing. That comes up later between some of his things with Dan Hinnon. But this is just where it gets really crazy. And this is why a lot of the stuff I decided not to put into the book, because there's just so much here. You wrap your head around this stuff. It's like you're interrogating somebody and they're giving you a different answer. And their dates, nothing is making sense. And then the story becomes about them. And that's what I didn't want the Gray Stage book to be. I did not want it to be about them. So now that all that is out and the first book is out there, it's done really, really well. I've gotten a lot of great feedback on it too. So now things like this, I feel like now it's not going to take away from that story. It can only add to it. It cannot make it worse. And there are some head scratchers like this when I read this and I think about this, that you kind of I can get just wrapped around this one date, this Thursday date, when there's just so much here. There's so much more here. You can insinuate things too, which I don't like. To just say, well, I could come up with these theories based on what he's saying here. Doesn't make it right. And that's another thing that I don't want people to do, is just to jump the gun and to say, oh, he got the date wrong, so he must be involved or something like that. I don't believe that, and I really don't believe any of these Gray State goons are really involved in anything except for just being idiots for the cover up, whether they knowingly were involved in the cover up or whether they were just idiots and just were participating in covering this stuff up without even knowing it, because that's how dumb they are. I can't really say. But what I do know is that their dates do not add up. Their stories do not add up. They do not line up. Those are facts. Those are facts. And I will never accuse people, because they've accused David. And I don't want to accuse people the same way that they have accused David. I would just be doing exactly the same thing to them that they did to David. And as a Christian, don't want to do that. You want to do unto others, they do unto you. And so it's a tough road for me. And that's why a lot of this stuff dealing with these gray state goons, I felt was not even worthy for this book. What do you got, Eric? You're smiling.
I got a screen share for you.
Okay, what do you got?
I think it's perfect to go with this segue.
Theology professor at the Catholic school I went to was a guy named Riley, last name, and he had been drafted.
He's reading out the teleprompter. Right?
Is this the one where he says pause?
No, that's a different one. There's so many. Yeah, this is
Riley, last name.
We'll play it.
Here you are, sir.
We'll play it twice.
This video, I'm gonna.
My theology professor at the Catholic school I went to was a guy named Riley, last name. And he had been drafted by the Green Bay Packers.
That's hilarious.
Why not?
Here you are, sir.
Oh, this is gonna get me banned.
So-
Don't play Saturday Night Live, please.
They're pretty good.
Oh, well, that gets you.
That'll get me anything.
My,
And
Gotcha.
there's- yeah.
my,
There you go. We'll do another Biden then, shall we?
my theology professor at the Catholic school I went to was a guy named Riley, last name. And he had been drafted by the
Oh, I have two of them.
It's a
Apparently.
different angle.
I'm not a widow, okay? I am divorced. I'm an independent woman in the prime of my life.
At 35 and alone, I run train on chicks like you.
Transgender boys who might not have their own money to go buy tampons, if they're provided free in the bathroom, it's a huge plus.
Men do not menstruate. Only women menstruate. Now, you can call yourself
Cis men
whatever you
don't
want.
menstruate, but trans men do menstruate.
No,
Same
they
as
don't.
non-binary people.
Only women.
Menstruating is not exclusive
Yes,
to
it
cis
is.
women. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
So explain
You're-
to me as
you're-
to why my
Look at this dude's fucking. It's ma'am. Look at his fucking crazy eyes, bro.
If you are,
menstruated at
if
some
your
point.
chromosomes are XX and you're young, you menstruate. If you're XY, you don't.
Correct, but what about trans men and non-binary?
They're
We're
not men.
excluding a whole group of
They're
people.
women
who
dressed
menstruate.
as men. You're not a man. You can pretend to be a man, and that's okay. That's perfectly fine. Live your life. Tell me what a man is.
Well, what's a man to you? You define a man for me.
You have chromosomes that are X and Y. That's what a man is.
So why are we just looking at the
I mean, is there any other? Greg, is there anything else need to be said?
the science of this as an
The
example?
science.
When we've learned sex and gender identity are they're completely different things.
Bullshit.
They're not completely different.
They are
things.
completely different.
Completely different words.
And sex is what you're born with.
Different words. I like that.
Sexual reproductive organs you have. Gender is what you identify with. They're two completely
Well, I don't
different
accept that
things.
distinction. You have to argue for it. You're just giving a conclusion. You're
Right.
just making it up.
Yeah.
I told you I'm not a widow.
That's what they were doing with Crowley. They were just making it up.
Just making it up.
Hey, I want to play some more of this. I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna take a quick short recess, but I did want to play this. This is going into Eric Nelson's film by the same person. You can count the you knows and all that here, but I want to just play a few minutes, about 3 or 4 minutes of this. Then we shall return here.
Yeah. Then I'm gonna be back with a clip of Joe Biden crapping his pants live. Seriously, can't make this shit up, folks.
Can't make this shit up.
Can't make it up. Wish I could. Can't.
Which there was no pun intended when he said shit, by the way. But here we go.
Mr. Alam did not speak to any of the family. Sidra was the sole person dealing with everything. Miss Alam was really sick at the time, and they were in Dallas in another hospital. So Sidra basically told Mr. Alam, don't worry about anything. I'll take care of it. You worry about mom. Her husband will take care of the businesses, and she'll handle all of this. So that was what was decided in between all three of those.
Do you think that any of that was encouraged by the Gray State team?
So I believe when the whole documentary thing happened, I think, yes, I do believe, I think they took advantage of Sidra, you know, her being naive and, you know, wanting to see the good in everyone, which, I mean, even from certain things that had happened and while I was there, I kept telling her, you know, just don't trust everybody. And, you know, it stuck out to me, especially with Mason Hendricks. He really didn't want Mr. Alam on the documentary. He kept pushing for just Sidra. He even told her not to tell Mr. Alam about this documentary. He put her in a position where she was very, you know, she didn't know what to do. But yeah, I definitely think, you know, they kind of liked that they were just dealing with Sidra and not Mr. Alam. Because in all reality, if Mr. Alam had been dealing with all this would have been a whole nother thing. It wouldn't have transpired to all this. It wouldn't have gotten to this, especially with the documentary.
Have you seen the documentary?
Yes, I have. I have
Do
seen
you have any views you want to share?
And which one? The previous cut or the one that's out there on Netflix?
The previous cut.
Well, what could I say about that? They picked and choose what they wanted to put in there, obviously. They did a lot of editing. They just took out some words that Sidra had said and Mr. Alam had said. But the things that should have been there weren't on there that they really wanted on there.
When you're comparing the two versions, is the narrative a lot different?
You know, the one thing that stuck out to me on the second one, the official one, they kind of try to make Kamel look crazy, in all honesty, by showing her clip. And you know what the crazy part is? Mr. Alam had never seen that footage till the day it got released, so that was the shitty part.
That's what I wanted you to hear.
Really?
Yeah. We had never seen the footage, and that is why he was so upset that
Isn't that crazy?
that's his daughter, you know, out there looking crazy, and that's not something they even asked for permission. So yeah, Eric Nelson definitely had an agenda on what he wanted to show.
Now we see some of that in the final version, where the demon where they're trying to make Kamel look crazy. We do see that some of that does make it into the final version, and I think just that would have pissed them off. If I was a family member, that would have pissed me off. Everything that happened after David's death could have brought all of these families together to unify against us, actually separated all of them, and a lot of them.
It's quite disingenuous to discount all that.
Yeah. And the whole demon thing, I mean, I have a chapter on that too, a very small chapter, but I do believe there was some type of there's a paranormal aspect to this case. I truly believe that is accurate. And Eric Nelson's film, because he has the footage, he has some of the footage of that. There's more footage out there. There's more things out there. I do believe there is some type of paranormal activity, something. Can't put my hand on what exactly was going on there, but there was something very weird. I don't know if they opened up doors that they shouldn't have, or whatever it was, or how relevant it is to the actual murders. I don't believe a demon
was CERN fired up that night.
I mean, something was.
You never know.
It's something,
Really don't.
something very, very strange was happening. And that's another aspect that makes this case just one of the most strangest cases that I've ever seen. And not just the deaths. The deaths are strange enough, but everything that happened after the deaths is just as strange, if not even more strange. It's
Well,
crazy.
like Handy Sook, but I digress. We ain't gonna talk about Dad.
You could
I
probably
say
talk about
Handy Sook.
your.
That's how much we can't talk about Dad.
I don't know. They eased up a little bit on that. I don't know. I can't really speak on that one, but I did want to play that just little spot there for you, just because I don't know if you've ever heard that or not.
I have not.
That's some public data there that Eric Nelson or nobody else has ever come out to say, oh no, this
That's
person
ridiculous.
is wrong on there.
That wasn't a Netflix documentary, now was it?
No, but that's why we wanted. That's the version we want to see. We want to see the uncut version. I mean, remember they came to my mom's house, and because my wife would not let them come to my house, which now I understand. Now I get it. At the time, I was like, yeah, they can come to my house. They can interview me. My wife was like, they ain't coming here.
Hell in the motherfucking no.
Like, hell no. So, but they interviewed me for 1 hour. Mostly wanted me to talk about Shaun Wright, to bash Shaun Wright. That was pretty much all that they want. That's what I felt like. It's all they want. Then they stayed another hour while me and Dan Hinnon did a whole live show. So they had 2 hours there, and they used, not that I felt like they should have used more of my footage or anything like that, but it was just, they spent all this time. I wonder how many other people they actually talked to. I can only imagine how much they talked to Kamel's family, how many hours they spent, how much footage they have. And then to be told, you guys can't use any of this, it just changed Eric Nelson's film, because Eric Nelson's film was supposed to end with Kamel's sister being pregnant, and was supposed to show everything coming full circle, that the 5-year-old daughter died, but at the end, now her sister is pregnant with her own child, right? That's what it was supposed to be.
During an apocalypse.
During an apocalypse.
Because you're talking about there's 2 or 3 different endings, and yes, during an apocalypse, there was symbolism.
I'm talking about Eric Nelson's film, just the way that his gray state was supposed to end.
Right.
It was supposed to end with Kamel's sister.
Right.
Once they had their footage taken out, they had to switch it, and that's why at the ending you see their dog, the dog that they say ate everybody. They end it with that, as if that's some good thing or whatever. Because the dog's journey goes full circle, because where they show the dog at the end is where the dog was born. So the dog goes home back to where it was born. So I get that. It's not made clear because nobody knows that when they're watching this. They have no idea, why are we showing this dog that ate all of the bodies that was in the house?
The dog has PTSD for sure.
Yeah, and they're showing the dog like just none of it made sense. It just felt like they had to get this out there. And Dan Hinnon has done some great videos on this, where he's like, look, this looks like a CIA plot, a CIA program. They had to get this out there.
Well, it was how quickly they got it out there. They got everything, like they freaking
like it's a JFK
it was a freaking murder homicide, like just like that, even before the coroner had a chance to say a word. And it was
over
boom,
in 24 within 24 hours. It was over.
Just like Handy Sook, man.
Yeah,
same thing.
It's crazy. It is so crazy. But I do want to say hi to, I think we said hi to Damien. Hope Damien's still here. Say hi to I Am the Light. Thank you for joining us. And of course to Auntie Panda. I clicked on the replay on notification. It says it was blocked because of the copyright from Annie. Yeah, they're doing that now. They found me. They found me. I don't know how. If you've seen Back to the Future, they found me. I don't know how, but they found me. They finally did find me.
He had that Spitfire guy on. He was talking about how the lead investigator at Handy Sook, Sheriff Vance, the lead investigator, was found unalive the week after Handy Sook. But nothing to see here, folks.
This goes back to when you were booted from Revolution Radio. Shut him down. What did she say? Take him off. Take him off.
This is a left-right paradigm show. How dare he fall off that paradigm.
Yeah, you really triggered some people there. Those people
I
you were
mean,
talking to, they're like,
you know what really
"Shut
did it,
him up."
Greg? Do you really want to know what really did it? Is that I would go
I
on
do.
after my show.
You do you
I
would
would
do
go on to
exactly what
like,
you're doing on TikTok right now, is what you're saying.
there was a late night like they called it like the Elders Council or something, and they would talk about like
The
frickin'
elders
current events or geoengineering or whatnot. So I would go on there, and it just
blow them up.
well, it was hard to censor myself because they weren't talking from anything other than like Google articles. It was hard to do. It was, so that's I wasn't trying to be. My intention was never to be mean. It was just to freaking hit him with take a shot, folks. Hit him with some facts.
That was just one of the funniest audio clips I've ever heard you play. I think it was maybe Willow or whoever it was. She got more triggered than any of your fan club ever got triggered. It's like
which one?
Was it Willow? Whoever was running the Revolution Radio. There was one clip that you played this one time where it's you and two.
Oh, that was the owner. That was Nighthawk, not Willow.
Yeah. Okay. But there was a guy and a girl, and the girl starts flipping out. She's like, "Shut him down!"
Yeah, that was the owner. They just like, man,
you're done.
Yep,
that was it.
Yep, there's still homies I talk to every now and then from that station, but they're not tight like you and I because they're terrified to even have me on the show with them.
I know.
I'm gonna have you on Spitfire soon. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna have you on Revolution. I'm like, really? You're gonna do that? All right. I'm waiting still.
It ain't gonna happen. See, Eric was getting canceled before it was cool.
Dude,
he's like, what's that guy? All right.
Nighthawk. If Nighthawk still was running that station, I'd be like vice president.
Yeah.
Because that dude was cool. Him and I butted heads, and he came to me and freaking broke bread, made peace, and that was 2.5 years. I think I was on there.
That's what
Nighthawk
men
passed
do.
away, and the whole station went to shit.
That's what real men do. Not these women who think they're men.
Right. Be a man.
Hey man, women, there's my
be
wife
a man. Tell the owner to fuck off. Be a man.
I'll tell you, my wife is a very strong woman. There are strong women out there. They don't need to be compared to men. Men and women are different.
Right.
There's strong men, there's strong women out there. There's nothing wrong with that. I love a strong woman. No problem with that.
Yeah. Why would you? Well, I mean, that's what
who's
it's all
claiming. That's what, who is claiming copyright? Did the family sell the right? No, ANE has been blocking it. They will block because I have shared the full length film, Eric Nelson's full length film, and they have blocked that too.
Yeah,
it's still out there.
Different version of the music in the Gray Stage. The Gray State movie, and that would get nuked.
What's crazy is all I played was the trailer. I didn't play the film. The trailer is part of a 20-minute compilation video that I did, and they finally went after that. They've been trying to go after it.
And we'll keep playing it, and we'll remix it, and we'll keep playing it, and blow our stations up. We'll make another station, and we will keep playing that trailer.
Yeah, and it's not like
trailer to the greatest movie that mankind is probably ever going to see, and they never got to see it. Greatest movie never made.
If I would have commented on it and said how great Eric Nelson is and how great his film is, I'll bet you they wouldn't have cared, right? It's only because they know that we're on the other side of this whole thing,
right?
It makes that film.
We're not throwing bread. We're not looking for breadcrumbs. No. Like, what was that movie that came out on Netflix recently? Leave the World Behind. That was like shocking.
You haven't
seen that?
I have not. I don't have Netflix. I'm never going back to Netflix.
Just throwing his breadcrumbs of what's coming. Yeah. Oh, really? You haven't seen that?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
like done with Netflix. No. Right. I was done with Netflix even before Eric Nelson's film came out.
It's like somebody who's maybe just starting to wake up. It's a good film for them.
I tell everyone.
The EMP and the whole. Yeah. I'm surprised you hadn't heard of that.
No.
Interesting. Anti-Panda, have you heard of that film? Leave the World Behind.
Leave the World Behind. I'm curious to see. But talk about true crime. I mean, this is like I said, this is a case that needs to be studied by anyone taking criminal justice. Or I mean, it's such a fascinating case if it's done right. If it's not like, well, this is it. It's like they talk about J6 and they just want to act like Trump said, hey, let's all go and take over the Capitol and we're going to overthrow this, we're going to overthrow that, and that's going to.
Here's
none of that
one.
is true. None of it is
David
true.
Crowley. Here's another one. True crime stations, they won't touch it, much like Handy Sook and Latamanza. I urge you to search out David Crowley, or because I mean it was a horrific, supposed as they said, unaliving of people and murder suicide. Why wouldn't have true crime stations pick that up, or Adam Lanza or Handy Sook either?
Mm-hmm.
They don't do it. They can't. You know why? Because there's no proof that Latamanza, my bad, YouTube.
Could say it here.
Yeah, I just don't want to freaking mess up your station, man. But
I don't
there's
have
no
any
proof that
strikes.
this person existed. There's 3 pictures of this kid up until he's the age of freaking 15, folks.
He's only 50 pounds in his wet.
Never existed. But anyway, that's why aren't why wouldn't you do a true crime thing about Handy Sook? None of these stations. None of them will touch it. You know why? Because they know. That's why.
After what happened to Jones, yeah, exactly. And
Catherine Michelle, if you're listening, or when you listen to this, why are none of these true crime stations touching?
Here's the answer right here.
Or David Crowley.
Here's
Neither.
the answer.
They'd be great ones to put out. Crazy conspiracy theorist murders himself and his freaking daughter and his wife, and he was making a crazy conspiracy theorist movie.
Well, it's like
why wouldn't they talk about it and wrote Allah Akbar? Yeah, right. That's really David would really do that. He read Allah Akbar.
Yeah, they won't talk about it because
that makes perfect sense.
It's not an open shut case. It's not something that they can wrap up into a 1-hour show. You can't. And if you try to, you're going to fail. And if you try to ask, okay, what really happened? Can you sum up this case for me? Yeah, I'll sum it up for you really easy. David's innocent. That's how you sum it up. He didn't do it. If you want to sum it up any other way, it ain't gonna happen.
Because they don't want to end up like David. That's why they are all lying.
I love Greg Gutfield, by the way. He's funny.
Yep. So did Biden grab his pants? Well, let's find out, folks.
I'm gonna say no.
Special edition of Pooh Detective. On Pooh Detective, did Joe Biden crap his pants? A video from February is making the rounds online where he suddenly stops, plants his feet firmly on the ground, and holds a stance reminiscent of someone who just dropped a bomb in his box. Here it is in slow motion. Notice the slight bending of the knees and the distressed look on his face. And it begs the question, did he crap his pants? Guy, I am the Pooh Detective, but I yield my time to you. Does that look like a man who has soiled his drawers?
By
the way, this is going to be...
Or in the video. Look, I don't know. It does seem possible. Why did it take so long for people to sort of find this video?
You know, we've been looking for it. This is considered the Zapruder tape of your pants. There might be, Tyrus, there might be a second pooper.
Well, like I said,
in the grassy knoll.
Guy on this one, we're like, huh? Why me? But, to be fair, his wife is 10 feet away for some reason. The security guy's another 15 feet back, which would basically himself. But
yeah.
They probably heard it.
That's what sold me too. That's what sold me too. Is you actually see his wife look, and then she says nope and turns away. So I'm confident, and I feel comfortable saying yes.
I think,
and you've been 9 times out of 10 accurate in predicting poot crapping.
You know, I really don't get enough credit for it.
Yes.
I'm gonna say no.
Expert.
You're an expert at it.
Chapter 5.
Expert.
All right, Fela, what say you?
First of all, I love that this is the Zapruder film. Does that make the background the assy knoll? No. Here it is. This breaks my heart as an American. Like, I'm a patriot. I grew up in Levittown.
All right, nobody cares.
GIs returning home from the war. I really don't want this.
No, the answer is no.
Leader of the free world, folks.
It did not happen. What he's doing is he's taking questions and he's listening to a question and he's like,
He might have
probably
cracked it, so we don't know. I mean,
I can't prove it.
Could be on film or not, probably.
Look, no one has proved it. Until it's proven, he's innocent until proven guilty. You go, Biden. I'm with you.
Leader of the free world.
You keep crapping it up.
And other countries are seeing this as our president right now. This is who's running our country.
Thank you.
Dudes running around chopping their dicks off and
that may be a good way to
craziness, man. We're
end this.
USA #1.
Let's go about 10 more minutes if you got it, and then
yeah, man. I have a breaking news to announce about the
What do you
newest COVID-19 variant that's coming out now.
Let's hear it.
It's gonna be after this. Let me look it over and make sure it's legit.
Okay.
It could have come from a flat earther, you never know.
Could have come from Crip Rick, I think. That's
Trust but verify. Got to make sure it's authentic.
all right. Well, I will
Nothing worse than getting caught with your dick in your hands.
Oh, there's something worse. There's a few worse things I can think of, but until then, let me go back and read a little bit more about another guy who got caught crap in the pants. Maybe not. Maybe more metaphorically, as we would say. But Mason Hendricks, he was quoted in several early media reports. And who was this guy? I asked myself. Why is he so certain David is guilty? What does Hendricks know that we don't? Once he stated all would be revealed soon, I was more curious about his motives. Hendricks was basically saying the same thing Sean Wright was.
What the hell was the all that was going to be revealed soon anyway?
Exactly. Well, it all that was going to be revealed is they were going to reveal why David was guilty. That was the plan.
Right, but it was never revealed.
No, it was never revealed.
It all revealed soon.
All in time. Well, see, the reason why it wasn't revealed, Eric, is because we didn't play ball with them. We didn't play nice. So we don't get the good news. Ha ha, na 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 na. You don't get to know what happened because you didn't do what we wanted you to. And guess what? To all the dummies that did do what they wanted them to, you guys are sitting on your ass right now, looking like a bunch of idiots because you trusted these guys and they screwed the pooch again. And you guys knew better. You knew better. All these truth seekers, all these people who were so involved with the Gray State Project, all these people who knew David, who talked to David, who had communicated with him, and they turned their back on him. They shut their mouths because these idiots told you to. That's what happened.
It's true.
That is
And
exactly
people
what
who
happened.
didn't even know him personally are trying to get it out there.
Yeah, and
Coward.
they're like, well, how do you guys know? You guys don't know. And it's like, well, if we
Coward.
have the evidence, you guys do too. You guys know more than us. If
David had to do again, he would have surrounded himself and this film and the actors and anything that was a key component of this film. He would have surrounded himself with his brothers and the people that he went to war with, people that he considered as true,
which is what he was doing at the very end.
Right at the very end, right,
very
right
end.
at the very end.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was doing. Yeah, we're still on, my brother. We're still here. Eric's keeping us going with his investigation, the poop pants investigation. Now
we don't know.
We don't know. We don't know.
We don't know what goes on behind those closed White House doors.
How can you prove it? Prove
Biden's there and
prove
his white privilege. What's with all these left libtards about the white privilege? The president is freaking white, but you're all left and libtard and go Biden, but he's doesn't.
Well, it's crazy. A lot of these black people who talk about white privilege, you look at who they're married to, and they're white people.
Right. I mean, if there's not a freaking better explanation of what white privilege is, that would be Biden. But they don't see that. They're voting for him. Biden is the ultimate of the white privilege type people, folks.
I'm going to be shocked at I understand the character and the people that are going to vote for him. I really understand it. I grew up with it. You grew up with it.
I don't believe anybody above 100 IQ would vote for Biden. It's hard for me to even. Can you
Yeah.
fathom yourself? I mean, it's just that's.
No, but I never would. But I never would. But
You're officially
these-
cuckoo, man. If you're voting for Biden, I'm
You got
riding
it.
with Biden.
They've been riding. They've been riding for sure.
Yeah, ask his daughter who talked about not even wanting to shower when he was home about that. But I digress. That's a conspiracy theory.
Prove it.
Allegedly, which it's
Prove
not
it.
alleged. Gad.
Okay. So this looked like damage control, and I did not understand their motive. Now, later, I understood clearly when I realized Mason Hendricks and Sean Wright were heavily involved in a documentary which aimed to put the final nail in David's coffin, which is Eric Nelson's A Gray State film, The Sloppymentary. But at that time, in 2015, I wanted to give Mason Hendricks and Sean Wright the opportunity to help us all understand why David Crowley was guilty. I don't regret my decision. That decision eventually helped me see how insincere both Hendricks and Wright were, whatever you want to say. Both had lied to me several times. I don't mind people disagreeing with me, but I have no respect for people who lie and won't admit it. Eric, you've had some issues with some liars in your life. How many chances do they get?
Yeah, I've never had any issues with any liars.
You never known a liar.
You're a liar.
You're a liar for saying I know liars.
Yeah.
Right? Gotcha. All right. So here's one of the first posts I saw written by Mason Hendricks. I can tell you all this. David did it for certain. The father is meeting with the police this week, and my friend Sean Wright and Danny and Adam will be getting more info. David did this. That is 100% certain. Now, remember, this is 2015. This is before the police reports or anything like that ever came out. He's 100% certain. He's not even saying he's 100% certain.
Not even the old 99.9, 100.
99. Even the DNA results are 99.9999999. This guy's 100. He's 100% here.
Yeah.
A narcissist. It was not, and by the way, I can call Mason Hendricks a narcissist because he has called himself a narcissist. All right. It was not the Illuminati or anti-government cover-up. It drives myself and his close friends nuts to hear people speculate like this. No details need to be shared. There was no force. They all went together. It's terrible, but poetic. The whole thing is terrible, and his brother Dan and I and our amazing friend Danny will be meeting with Kamel's sister soon to help her go through all of her sister's stuff. And they tried to convince Kamel's sister of all of this shit, which she bought for a time. But she eventually woke up to what these guys were doing too and realized these guys are full of shit. They shit their pants. And they tried to take that shit and put it in other people's pants. And thankfully, it did not work with a lot of people. And if it did, those people took out, they went to the laundry, they cleaned their pants, and they felt better afterwards, just like we all did, getting rid of these Gray State goons and getting them out of our lives. And just when I thought I was out, they pulled me right back in. Well, we'll see what happens here. Look at what Hendricks is stating. He is claiming 100% David is guilty. That was not true then, and it is not true now. Even the police reports will show you there is no 100% that David Crowley is guilty. If the police do not believe 100%, how are these guys going to say it is 100%? They are going against what the police say. The police say this case is exceptionally clear. That's it. It is not saying David is 100% guilty. They don't even say David is 50%, 90%. They don't give a percentage. They say this case is exceptionally cleared. Exceptionally cleared, according to the cops, mean that this is just since David is dead, they have to rule it exceptionally clear.
Yeah, I was close with him. I was making a movie with him. He was a great guy. We got along real good. Yeah, for sure. Now I think he's a psychopath who unalived his entire family and himself. But up until a few weeks before that, he was a great guy. I was making a movie with him, and we were brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah, get the hell out of here. Ridiculous.
What's up, Solentium? Glad to have you here. AI 404, welcome. I'll go a few more minutes here,
Yeah, I
And,
dropped the link in
Awesome,
a
thank
couple
you.
different chat rooms just for people who might be
Appreciate
interested about David Crowley and Greg's new book coming out.
coming out. Who knows when? Because I got to finish my Kennedy and Trump book. We know that one's not going to be done until 2025. But
You've already got 2 chapters written
yeah, we got
by me and Catherine.
it's
So
moving, yeah, it's moving on here, and
why don't you just throw this in there and call it a book?
we could. I need.
You know what Jeff Hayes was doing? He was doing urgent status updates. So he doesn't count those as books, but he did 3 of those. Of just urgent. Something to think about. Yep.
No, we could. I would need your and Catherine's help to kind of get that, to push it along. Maybe, get some proofing done. And
we're both. I can probably speak for Catherine too, and say we're more than happy to help push that.
Awesome.
Push that shit out.
All right. Well, we have it on record now, so I'm recruiting Eric, because I'm only 10 pages in. I know this is like 50 pages here, so definitely. And this is just this one chapter that I have here. So maybe we do have enough to get something out, sooner. I'd love to have something out in January of 2025. It will be 10 years. So if we can get something out at least by then, published, ready to go, t-shirts, maybe some leggings and all that good stuff, we'll be right on track. I think a couple mankinis in the works. So he says, after stating all would be revealed, Hendricks changed his mind, stating no details will be shared. So this is where the contradictions, the constant contradictions with these guys, where they're saying, look, all will be revealed, but then in the same sentence, like, no details will be shared. So they're going to reveal, what they're going to reveal is what they want to reveal, but they're not going to give you the details that will prove David Crowley
right.
guilty. We knew that then. We know that now. They don't have it. That's why they don't talk about this case.
You know what they did give details about, though?
What's that?
Oh, come on, man.
Here comes the punchline. I don't.
They give extreme details about this dude named Trump, and he incited an erection, apparently. You want details? We got details, folks.
Let's talk about the fact that President Trump.
That's a fact here.
Well, we're going to find out.
Trump incited an erection. Talk about the fact that President Trump incited an erection.
His various cases of, he's got charges of inciting an erection.
Donald John Trump incited the erection.
They didn't like Donald Trump. They said he participated in an erection.
I always call it massive. Sometimes.
Now, you had a couple different clips too. I need to get those from you so I can make this.
Yeah.
You had 2 clips, I think, that I didn't have. That's 4. That's 4 separate instances of Donald Trump inciting erections, and you had 2.
I was convinced that was fake. I was convinced that was some AI.
That was really, and you got 2 more. That's 6 times.
It's real.
Yeah,
it's all real.
Trump's inciting an erection.
Careless Whisper. That's the name. I've been trying to figure out what the name of that song was. Careless Whisper. Now, was that by Wham or is that a George Michael? I can't remember. Is that? I'm going to say that's George Michael, but if it's Wham, that's pretty cool. Before George Michael. George. Okay, cool. See, I knew it. I didn't know anything, but which book do you have? The Gray Stage. I'm assuming it's probably the one that you got there. It is free. It's a free digital PDF too. So if anybody does want that, please feel free. It is out there. All right. We're going to go about 5 minutes. I'm going to keep this to about 2 hours. So we got about 5 minutes left on my clock here. I'll read through just a little bit more. Let's see how far we can get with this Mason Hendrick. I mean, a lot of this stuff I had originally wanted to put in the first book, and it's just like, no, it's going to make it about these guys. The story is about David. The story is about how we know David is innocent. And I wanted to keep the first book to that. And so when the idea of a second book kind of came up, or a compilation, because I love the old school
compilations that they used to have for every movie. Basically, a movie soundtrack back in our day, Eric, was a compilation, and they would have some great artists on there, and everybody would have their own song, and it would all have to tie in to the actual movie. And that's all that I wanted the compilation book to really do. So I didn't realize my chapter was going to be 50
Hey,
pages.
Greg's just trying to get through this without trying to incite any erections. I think is what he's trying to say, folks.
I will do my best.
Or is he trying to incite erection?
Is he?
Chicka bow, chicka bow bow, chicka bow bow.
It's all in the eye of the beholder, I guess, right?
Chicka bow 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 bow. Chicka bow bow.
The video I linked. I can't remember the video. The video you linked ages ago. Give me some hints, or give me something to believe in there. Throw me some hints. Maybe it'll come back to me. My memory is bad. I've been eating too much lead paint, too many, what is it? Paint chips. My memory is terrible. It all comes back when I start sipping wine, though. So all of a sudden, everything comes back. It's nature's healing effect here. Okay, so after he says no details will be shared, they all went together. It's terrible but poetic. That really made me question who this guy was and what his motive was for posting such ridiculous and irresponsible comments. But he didn't stop there. Mason Hendricks ain't going to stop there. No. While looking for evidence of David planning for the future, Hendricks provided one of the first examples. I talked to him after the Thanksgiving holiday about a big push with Gray State, or the real Gray State is what he called it, and asked me if I was in till the end. We talked about working out and how great Kamel was for putting up with his dreams and backing him up on all that he did and believed in. This is so terrible, and it doesn't make sense. This is almost like this guy has a split personality or something, because he's talking out of both sides of his ass. He's got two assholes or something here, because he's saying one thing here that leads you to think, okay, David did it and everything, and there was a pact. And then on the other hand here, he's clearly saying David Crowley was planning for the future. So when we talk about David, there's evidence of David Crowley planning for the future. Even the people that believe David Crowley is a child killer, a wife killer, a domestic abuser, and a coward for committing suicide, this guy thinks that David Crowley was planning for the future. And that's why they had to go with the theory that David Crowley snapped. But then they go with the theory that there was a pact. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say David Crowley snapped and went to a dark place and also say that there was also a pact. A pact is something that has to be planned out. You don't snap and do a pact. It's totally ridiculous stuff. So at some point here, and I'm sure this is going to come up in the book later on, at some point I realized this guy may be just feeding me shit so I don't look at the facts of this case. And that's what I did not want to do in the first book. I did not want to fall into that trap where I put in all of this information, which is like gossip, right? This is more rumor, this is more gossip. So this is more the juicy stuff that we may want to read about or think about, but it has no bearing. If we're in a court of law, none of this stuff is anything that the judge is going to want to hear, that the jury is going to want to hear. That's what I put in the first book. What would the jury want to hear? Because David is never going to get his day on trial, right? He's never going to get his day in court. He is guilty until proven actually innocent. When in this country, in the greatest country ever on God's green earth, you are innocent until proven guilty. And it's up to people like us to make sure that that stays true. However we can. Posting on Facebook, talking about this case, writing books, doing videos, just sharing thoughts about it. Whatever you do, whatever you are doing to help show that David Crowley is innocent until proven guilty, those are victories. We have small victories. We win the battles. And by winning these small battles, we have already won this war, because they will never be able to prove David Crowley guilty. Therefore, he is innocent. All they want us to do is to shut up and stop talking about this. And with that said, I will be ending this stream here, but I do want to give the final word here to my good brother, Eric Spitfire Wilkins.
Well, thanks for having me on. As always, Greg and I, well, Greg is basically the only person I broadcast with because I enjoy it. And we get out some facts about some important shit. So I found a mixture of David Crowley movie and music that won't get you flagged, I don't think. So I'm going to bring us out with that.
Bring it out.
Yep, let's find out. We're still FOF. Look around and find out. We're following around. All right, here you go.
All right.
It's back to me. Welcome to the resistance.
Okay, continuing on. I'm going to get right back into this. Let's keep reading through this book, this future book, hopefully, that will make this happen. So here's where we are right now. Mason Northhess. I talked to him after Thanksgiving holiday about a big push with Gray State, or the real Gray State is what he called it, the real Gray State. Now that's very interesting, where you have David Crowley calling this the real Gray State, not just, the Gray State that we've been working on. No, he's talking about the real Gray State, which is apparently something completely different than what the Gray State was, as it's changing, as it's evolving, right? So let's keep reading on. So he asked me if I was in it till the end. We talked about working out and how great Kamel was for putting up with his dreams. See, and another thing, for putting up with him as if she was not a part of this whole thing, not a part of this. She was just putting up with it. And that's what he wants to make it sound like. She was just putting up with it. And let's see. And backing him on all he did and believe in. Yeah, she backed him up. This is so terrible, and it doesn't make any sense. Again, that was pretty soon after these deaths. So in late November or early December of 2014, according to Hendricks, David was still planning a big push for the real Gray State with Kamel's support. None of that lined up with the official theory. There would be many contradictions to follow. The more contradictions I found in his statements, the more I kept asking myself, who is Mason Hendricks? And why is he so certain David is guilty just days after his body was found? Then we have the message between Hendricks and Dan Hannon. We should look at some of the claims Hendricks made during the conversation. Then you can decide if you think he is a credible source of information. So let's go through some of that here. This is from 4/4/2015. Mason Hendricks commenting back and forth with Dan Hannon. From time to time, I pop in and read the posts. And while Joe Segura is the closest one to getting it, the reason no one talks or writes to any of you is because you won't believe the truth. And the truth is David killed his family and himself. He was ID'd by his tattoos and DNA, and the same for Kamel. Palaio destroyed David's body. The case is closed as far as who did the murders, but is ongoing because of what the notes said, and there is more terabytes of video and files than you can imagine for the police to go through. You nor anyone will ever know what the notes said, which is complete and utter lies, because we know what the notes said. And here we have again the secret information, the Masonic logic to this, not the Masonic Lodge, but the Mason logic to this, the Freemason logic to this, the secret knowledge, sacred knowledge that they want to keep, to act like they know it, they got it all figured out. You don't understand it because you don't know it, and that's it. Well, we got the same knowledge that they had about this case, and we can clearly understand they're full of crap. David Crowley did not do this, and there is no evidence to prove that he did. It was his handwriting. I know your conspiracy theory side will not believe this, but he did do this. So again, he's constantly telling Dan Hannon, David Crowley did this. Mason Hendricks wants Dan Hannon desperately to believe David Crowley did this. And he thinks that if he just keeps repeating the same thing, that it's not insanity. Just repeating it and repeating it, that somehow that will force people to believe that what he's saying is real. But the real question is, does he really believe what he's saying? That's a question that I have. It was his handwriting. So he's basing it all on the handwriting. The handwriting would not prove murder. The handwriting does not put the gun in David's hand. It just doesn't. It doesn't help any of the DNA evidence that shows why David is innocent. So if he's saying it is the handwriting, that makes absolutely no sense to me, at least. And the note. So you will never know what the note said. So it changes back and forth from notes to note. But here he's talking about, because he mentions handwriting in the next sentence, I believe he's talking about the handwritten note. Not the note that is on the laptop, and not the, what some may consider the note, the writing, the blood writing on the wall. Let me continue on here with what he is saying. I know your conspiracy theory side will not believe this, but he did do this. At some point, Danny Mason will release a statement pertaining to Gray State. Dan Crowley will not talk about this with people because he is sick of it. He is sick of people looking at him and seeing his brother who murdered his family. I'm giving you info so you can stop wasting time on this. I'm guessing you will be screenshotting this and posting what I wrote you. But if you want more information, you won't do that. So here again, it's the bargaining chips. And here again is the fishing expedition. I'm going to feed you information, but this is information for you, Dan. It's not information to be shared with other people. It's not information the public needs to know. And that doesn't sound like somebody who is trying to be transparent or somebody who is trying to be truthful about everything that is happening here, or even someone who is willing to admit that they might be wrong about their theory about David Crowley. This sounds like a narcissist, which again, Mason Hendricks has already said that he is a narcissist. He calls himself that. He does make the claim that David is a bigger narcissist than he is, but takes one to know one, I guess is what he's saying. But this statement is one of the biggest eyebrow-raising statements for Mason Hendricks, and really does him in to show how shameful of a person this is, and how inaccurate he is and how his story does not line up with the evidence, does not line up with the DNA, the handwritten analysis. It doesn't line up with any of the conclusions that the police come to, other than David did it because they can't prove anybody else did. But it doesn't show, okay, the handwritten notes, or that because it was David's handwriting on that notepad, that somehow that proves David Crowley is guilty. It's very, very far-fetched. But it's another thing because he wants to make sure to say that you won't know what that note says. So that's where he goes. So let me jump right back into this. Okay, so the brother is a victim. He won't talk to anybody. He's sick of people looking at him. Hendricks wants to give Dan Hennon the information, but if Dan Hennon posts this and shares this, then Mason Hendricks won't give him more information. So what does that say again? So he says, you can paraphrase and say what you talk to someone who knows him or whatever, but I'm over getting spammed with death threats and trash talking from people. So again, another victim mentality here. So even though Mason Hendricks is claiming he's getting death threats and trash talking from people, he still wants to make sure that he reaches out to Dan Hennon to try to get Dan Hennon to change course here, to try to get Dan Hennon to and not say that, hey, this is what Mason Hendricks told me. This is what someone who knows David. And we hear that from other people, from other clowns who have fallen for this same trick. They're like, oh, I spoke with somebody who knows David, and this is what they told me here. Because they want the information. They want the dirt. They don't necessarily want the facts. They don't necessarily want to find out what happened. They want an open and shut case so they can move on to some other things too. Not really realizing that that type of mentality is not helping anyone. It's not helping anything. You're better off not even looking into it. If you just want to look at a bunch of different cases, solve them, have them figured out, and move on to the next one, you're not helping anybody, not even yourself. Not even yourself. So let's keep reading on here. It's an interesting statement that he's saying, and he's saying, but again, he's playing the victim here, but he still needs to reach out to Dan Hennon for some reason. Because of all this, I have blocked over 300 people on Facebook because I'm sick of being messaged. I can only speak for myself and no one else. So here are a couple of details. David's fingerprints were on the gun. No, they weren't. David left a password list for the authorities, and David did try to kill the dog. Now, where's the evidence that David tried to kill the dog? So this is where they go into misinformation, half-truths, trying to put some of those things out there to make people think, hey, yeah, okay, maybe I don't believe everything he's saying, but he makes some good points here. He's got some of the stuff right. Yeah, David left a password, so maybe David did try to kill the dog. They're trying, it's a brainwashing technique to try to get you to tie in both of these two things that have nothing to do with each other. There were passwords. David had written passwords left that the police took photos of. Anybody could have gotten those passwords. Anybody could have seen that. It has nothing to do with David trying to kill the dog. Where's the evidence that David tried to kill the dog? Now, Sidra, Kamel's sister, also said something similar, that David was shooting wildly at the dog or something like that. And I believe that's just what she was told too, not necessarily what she knows or anything that is backed up by facts. Now, we're just looking at what do the facts say. So by putting all of this stuff out there, everything that Mason Hendricks is doing is not helping people find the facts. It's actually muddying the waters. It's doing the complete opposite. It's throwing people off of the trail. I'm not saying it's purposely or it's not purposely. I don't know. I don't know what his motives are or why he would say this. Is he that dumb? Is he just repeating things that other people told him? Or is he purposely doing this? I can't say. Only he and God know for sure. But we know what he said here, and we know that this stuff is not true. And there's no evidence that David did try to kill the dog. Mason Hendricks goes on, and I'll just go back to read a little bit more. Mason Hendricks goes on to say, the back door that was ajar was open about a centimeter, but there was a door stop at the bottom that prevented from opening more. That is not true either. There was no door stop. There was absolutely no door stop. This just seems like another one of those lies here. And of course, I don't even know if I should be reading this whole thing just because the next few paragraphs are pretty much all about that. So he's saying there was a doorstop here, and there were no footprints in the snow in the back of the house or deck. What police did say in their police reports, however, I should say, is that they did find animal tracking. They did find animal tracks. And I have heard separately that there may have been other tracks, other human tracks leading away, leading somewhere else. Not verifiable, but we do know that in the police reports, or at least in the documents that we have from the authorities, they found animal tracks in that backyard. So there are some prints there. I'm not saying it's, human I mean, I'm just saying there were some other tracks there, but it's possible Mason Hendricks didn't even know about that too. So I believe it's possible he doesn't really know a lot of what he's talking about. He may just be speaking out of his ass. Who knows? So he says it happened between 9 a.m. and 11 Christmas Day morning, police believe. Now, again, what is this based on? This is the guy who is not mentioned in any police reports, but seems to claim to know so much about the police and about the investigation, what the police think. He's trying to speak for them. And so it comes back to how much did this guy know, and where are the interviews with Mason Hendricks? Where are the police interviews with Mason Hendricks? Someone said they saw presence, but there was no presence. David left a note on his computer. Now, I think Mason Hendricks is talking about the presence inside, not outside. Obviously, we all know there were presence outside. But someone said they saw presence. I think he's talking about presence inside, which the teapot, that big teapot that is found on the glass table in the living room, does look like a present. We know that there were stockings that looked like they were probably being taken down. There was wrapping paper found in the kitchen garbage. And any of those things, the lemur that was ripped to shreds all over the living room floor, that could have been a present, a Christmas present. So there is evidence that there were Christmas presents there inside of the house. We know for a fact that there were some outside of the house, but it's, we could argue with that, but I would say that there's some good evidence that there were some Christmas presents inside of the house too. We'll see. So let's see. David left a note on his computer that said to family, "I loved you all with my heart." It was a little different than what he says here, but we also know that that note on the computer was actually written on December 19th. It was written well before the bodies were found, or well before, if the police really believe David died on Christmas Day, or the murders happened on Christmas Day, it's well before that too. Christmas Day would have been December 25th. If this was written, and we know based on the data that this was written, I forget if it was December 18th or December 19th, but "I have loved you all with all of my heart" was written in this note that was just conveniently there. That is a big, big deal. We don't know who it was written for, what it was written for, why it was written for. We can speculate all day long and all summer long. But what we do know is what it says and what the date of it is, what the original date of it is. It was edited, yes. I think it was Hera, right? Was the title at the top. And so again, he's trying to paint this story that is just not adding up. It's not matching up. And even his own story changes from his own mouth here too. But as far as the letter or the written note, the note on the computer, it doesn't have that much value once we realize when it was first written. Let's see. He says he took the password protection off of his computer, and that's another thing. He leaves a list of passwords for the authorities to find, but takes the password protection off of his computer to make sure that when they enter the house and they swab the computer, if they accidentally touch it or anything in both rooms, they both wake up. How convenient. This is not evidence of somebody going crazy. Those things are planned. I don't believe they were planned by David, but they have to be something that is planned. Just like editing a typed note on the notepad, on a digital notepad on your computer, those are planned things. These are things that have to be planned out. And the police know this. And I believe Mason Hendricks knows this too. So why is he saying what he's saying? And how much of this is what he truly, really thinks is true? Or not? I don't know. Body parts were all over the house. That's the other thing. Body parts were all over the house. Now, this is a big one. Body parts were all over the house. You've all seen those crime scene photos. You've all seen the same stuff that we've all seen. And do you see body parts all over the house? Of course not. Now, here we get into Ranya's body. The dog left Ranya's body alone. Well, if the dog left Ranya's body alone, then what happened to her arm? How did her rib get fractured if the dog left her body alone? You can see the lies, the misinformation, whatever you want to call it. This guy is full of shit. I don't know if he's purposely lying or if he is just full of shit and he doesn't know what he's talking about. Either way, this is not good. This is not helping the investigators in the investigation. It's doing the complete opposite. If the goal is to confuse, to create more conspiracy theories, Hendricks is doing a pretty good job. If the goal is to feed false information, Hendricks is doing a pretty good job. If the goal is to help people understand what really happened here, he's doing a very, very bad job. He should know better. He should know better. To say that body parts were all over the house is ridiculous. And then to say that the dog left Ranya's body alone is another thing that contradicts what the police reports say, because they credit Ranya's missing arm with the dog. The dog gets credit for all of that. And then there's rips in her clothing. There's weird things happening with her clothing. And so he discounts all of that, pretty much saying the dog didn't do any of that either. Well, then who did? Who did then? Somebody did. Didn't do it on its own. Something happened to her. Something happened to her clothing. Something happened to her arm. Who did that? If it wasn't the dog, who did it? And I'm asking you to not screenshot this. Fuck off. And I'm trusting you to please don't fuck me on this. I just realized the time and I have to go to work. Again, phrase this on your own. So this is what he sent to Dan Hannon. And he's really trying to feed Dan Hannon a line of bullshit. Dan Hannon ain't going to buy this. Nobody would buy this. I wouldn't buy that for $1. All right. So everything that you're going to read, everything that we're reading here is pretty much all just backing that up. It's all the same stuff. The same drama, same bat channel. So I will try to read. Oh, dude. just because it's what's in the book. So even though I just pretty much probably paraphrased and probably just read it all. You nor anyone will ever know what the note said, Hendricks wrote to Dan Hinnon. Thankfully, Hendricks was wrong again. But I thought it was a weird statement to make. Hendricks also claimed it was David's handwriting, but we know handwriting analysis was never done. So how can we know for sure? How can we know for sure? Just give me 1 second here. All right. Okay. How can we know for sure? Okay. Hendricks stated David's fingerprints were on the gun. That's not true. Hendricks claimed David left a password list for authorities. While David did have a password list on the office table, it's not clear if he left it for anyone. It's a password list. Why would Hendricks assume, or how would he know who David left this for? It's a big assumption. And is it necessary? Is it wise? No. The answer is no. Hendricks also believed David tried to kill the dog. That's just more speculation. Why would Hendricks say that? Why would Hendricks say that? Who was feeding him that information? So that's that. Let me just do a little editing there. Why would Hendricks say that? Who was feeding him that information? Hendricks claimed there was a door stop on the bottom of the rear slider that prevented the door from opening more. That was not true. That was another thing that just was not true. Oh, how many times is this guy just not going to be true? David's fingerprints were on the sliding door, Hendricks told Hinnon. Yet that is not mentioned anywhere in the police reports or BCA documents. Hendricks stated police believe the murders happened between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. on Christmas morning. That's more speculation you won't find in the official documents. Who told Hendricks that? Hendricks stated David's fingerprints were on the computer. BCA results discount that statement. No one knows who wrote on the computer. Hendricks and others can only guess, but remember, your guess is as good as theirs. The claim that body parts were all over the house was a lie, according to official reports. The only body parts at the scene were found in the living room, according to official reports. The dog left Ryan's body alone was another lie by Mason Hendricks. By that time, April 4th, 2015, Hendricks had to know about Ranya's missing right arm, which was being blamed on the family dog, Paleo. I say Paleo, but it's Paleo. It is also strange that Hendricks did not want Dan Hinnon to share the post quote for quote. Why not? Wouldn't that be more accurate than paraphrasing? Why would Hendricks make these accusations and then not stand by his word? I do not condone anyone contacting Mason Hendricks with death threats, but I must question if that was real too. As far as the trash talking he received, what did Hendricks expect to happen after spreading so much speculation, misinformation, and disinformation? While chastising many of us who question the official theory, Hendricks and others were creating, supporting, and spreading a narrative that was not based on facts. I noted all his accusations, hoping for the chance to converse with Hendricks myself. I didn't have to wait long. I spoke with Mason Hendricks several times on the phone until I realized he was not being honest with me. Here are some of the notes from the conversations. And I am really strongly considering actually putting as part of this book at the end or somewhere. There we go. Somewhere in this book, I am really thinking about putting the whole conversation, all the text messages back and forth, right in there for everyone to see and decide for themselves what they think is true, what they think is not true. We'll see. We'll see how that works out. All right. Getting back into this. In the beginning, a core group of 6 or 7 people were working on the Gray State project, according to Mason Hendricks. Dan Crowley Jr. worked on the film with David, but Hendricks felt the two brothers could not work together because of how controlling and egotistical David was. Hendricks called himself a narcissist, but claimed David was too, but David was worse, according to Hendricks. Mason Hendricks met Danny Mason during a bullet exchange weapon training session. Danny Mason had pretty much no idea what he was doing, Hendricks told me over the phone. Hendricks stated Danny Mason got butthurt when he made the actor look like an ass. Basically, Hendricks was saying Danny Mason didn't know anything about guns. At some point in their relationship, Hendricks found out he and David had a mutual friend in Sean Wright. After David's death, according to Mason Hendricks, Sean found out the hard way it's illegal to not file your income taxes in the state of Minnesota, and now is paying lots and lots of fiat currency-based dollars back to the state of Minnesota. David was so protective of Kamel, said Hendricks, and I would always fuck with him. Hendricks jokingly told David if he ever got sick of Kamel, he would gladly step in and take his place. Hendricks also joked around with Kamel about a possible relationship. Kamel, are you sick of David yet? Hendricks asked. Are you sick of this scrawny little man? Whenever you want to hang out with a real man, Kamel, you let me know. Hendricks was always messing around with David like that. Kamel would laugh, and they would hug. It was all in good fun. Regarding the bodies of David, Kamel, and Rania, and because of what the dog did, Hendricks stated nobody actually knows how they were laid out. Hendricks believed David was controlling Kamel and became a domestic abuser, but not a physical abuser. So more of a verbal abuser, but they don't say verbally, he verbally abused her. It's all he's a domestic abuser, right? Sounds better when you're trying to blame David Crowley for these deaths. Before we got 2 versions of David Crowley's Gray State script, I asked Mason Hendricks how the story ended. Hendricks first told me how the movie began. It starts out as somewhere overseas. I just want to break in here just for 1 second here because these scripts, Mason Hendricks was telling me his version of what these scripts are. So we have the 2 scripts, so we can always compare and see what is accurate and what is inaccurate. So he says it starts out somewhere overseas, which is true with the 2013, I think the 2014 script, maybe. I'd have to go back and see. The viewer is instantly thrown into the script with little character development or background information given. An angry female FBI agent was to play a huge role in the last version of Gray State. Hendricks also claimed David wanted to add more of a spiritual element to Gray State, basically taking stuff from all sorts of different religions. All of us thought that was really stupid, said Hendricks, because you basically would be deleting a gigantic base of your core. And then you're also creating a story that is so fucking large that there's no way in hell you'd be able to do it in a movie, which then led to the talks and the ideas of possibly doing it like a mini series. So, I mean, to me, this sounds more like the 2013 script that Danny August Mason was part of, not so much like David's final version. So, take that for what it's worth. According to Mason Hendricks, it was David Kirk West who was responsible for getting Crowley to return to the original Gray State storyline. Now, remember, David Kirk West is another one who David would end up distancing himself from. So it sounds like these guys are all part of that 2013 script. This is the one that they're seeing. The 2014 script, the one that David Crowley eventually ends up selling to Michael Entertainment Group. I don't know how much these guys really know about that script. It's hard to say, but based on what Mason Hendricks is saying here, it doesn't sound like we're talking about the same script here. It doesn't sound like we're talking about the 2014 script that David Crowley sold to the Mikes. Could be. Just doesn't sound like it to me. It sounds closer to the 2013 script that Danny August Mason was still a part of, which is more spiritual and more out there and more in line. If you look at the ending of that 2013 script, it does seem like it sets up more of a mini series and video games. It sets up things, whereas the 2014 script has more of a conclusion, not a definite conclusion. Obviously, you always want to leave any good writer wants to leave the door open for future projects. Alrighty, let's see. According to Mason Hendricks, blah, blah, blah. Hendricks also had some interesting comments about David Crowley's father. David's dad might own or be a part of an excess of 20-some patents, Hendricks told me over the phone. Hendricks described David's dad as humble and one of the most brilliant people you would ever meet. If you know what sputtering is, Hendricks continued, part of the reason why your lovely iPhone is so strong is because of technology that he created. Like with how the glass no longer shatters and all these other things. He's done very, very well for himself. He started from a garage, creating his own little trinkets, and now his products are the most innovative in the realms of glass tampering and a whole lot of other things in the world. And his patents are all sought after. One of the last Facebook comments made by David was on a post created by Mason Hendricks. Hendricks stated the post was about the myths of Christmas. Hendricks also told me David's footprints were a match for the prints found on the kitchen floor. I could not find that information in the police reports or in any of the BCA reports, documents, or notes. Why? Because like many things Mason Hendricks told me, that allegation simply was not true. All right, I'm going to leave it at that. We're going to come back next time, and we are going to go over the fair trade with Danny Mason. That should be fun. But that's all of the Mason Hendricks stuff that I put in here. Again, I have a 70, 80 page document that I could put at the end of the book in the sources to just show all of the stuff that all the back and forth. But these were some of the highlights. Really, no, these aren't really the highlights. These are from the phone conversations. I don't know how much I really included here from the text messages. All right. Until next time, God bless you all and have a great night.
And here we are. Hello, everyone. I decided that I would do a whole new section on here because the Crowley case, it seems to be winding down, although we're not walking away. So I decided I would start reviewing books. I read a lot of books. And so I sat there and I thought about it. And I really think the perfect way to segue into this whole new section is to invite Greg on. And thank you so much, Greg, for joining. He's not feeling so good today, so really double thank you.
No problem.
To go over his book, The Gray Stage, because as you know, that has to do with the Crowley case. And I would really like to hear from Greg's own mouth what got him started, why he decided to write the book, how he heard about this. And I know he has said this multiple times, but just in case there are any new viewers, we want it to come straight from the horse's mouth. So Greg, again, thank you so much for being here. And I'm sorry you don't feel well.
That's okay. Always happy to be here, especially to talk about this case. Such a very unusual case. And when I first started looking into this, I did not plan on writing a book. I think one of the only reasons that I did is because we had done so much research, there was so much information out there. And I felt like it wasn't really getting the mainstream attention, or, there were so many things that were being twisted. There were so many different views on this, even among all of us great people. And I thought, you know what, I really want to try to take as much of just the factual data about the case and try to put it into one small, concise book. The book is about 200 pages, if that, I think. And that's if you count, the title pages for each chapter, if you count sources, et cetera, et cetera. If you count all of that, it's probably still about
204.
204.
Yeah.
And that's big print. It's probably 13. The text, I forget what the font is, but it looks like 12 or 13 maybe, just by glancing at it. It's been so long that I don't even know what it is.
It's a little larger than 12.
Larger, yeah.
But that's okay because it's easy to read. Easier to read. So yeah. I liked the font. So
yeah, no, and I felt like, we needed to have some type of a book out there. We were hitting them with everything. And so the book came along, which then inspired the Gray Stage podcast. And then I don't know if I had the website up at that point, but it was really for the new researchers, because we're still seeing new researchers. I have 3 David Crowley channels, and we're still seeing new people that come on and have never heard about this case, or have just heard somebody mentioned it. So they go and they look for more research. Well, I don't want them to go and just find what the mainstream news media says, what the propaganda says about this. I want them to actually be able to find all of the raw data and look at it and decide for themselves and have it all in one place without my own views and everything. And that was a big challenge with this book, was trying to keep my own thoughts and my own views out of it as much as possible. Hey there, Iconic. How are you?
And
I'm good.
I do have to say that was one of the things that impressed me about you from the beginning. As you know, I'm like a bull in a china shop. There's nothing delicate about the way I approach or say things. And I know that about myself. Yeah. It gets me in so much trouble. And, I'm one of those where I speak first and I'll apologize later, because oftentimes I'm wrong. And I have, it's like, okay, so and when you started saying, hey, it used to frustrate me because that's my personality. But you're like, okay, what's the source? Where's your source? Where did you read that? And I would sit there and go, well, how can you not know? It's in the reports. And you're like, where in the reports? So you really forced me to focus more on what is actually there, and not, because even though I may have been citing a source, if it's not really, like this page, that document, whatever, it's really just an opinion. And so thank you. I mean, you really helped me to learn to focus in on what really matters. And that's what I really, really like about this book. For those of you who have not seen it, this is Greg's book. And
you got a few sticky notes there too.
I do. and it's highlighted in a lot
of highlighted. Wow.
It's called The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr. And I will put I forgot to do that. I will put the link where they can get this book. You'll send me the link and then I'll put it in the description.
Absolutely.
But how long and when did you decide to actually start writing this book, and how long did it take you?
It must have been about 2018, I think. And I think it was after Eric Nelson's film came out. I think that's what really kind of got me going. It may have been before that, but it was probably 2018. At the earliest, 2017 is when I started thinking maybe I'll write a book. I was still working on my first book. And so I was, I had learned a lot from writing that first book. It was just a nightmare. And I went over it the other day and it's like, it's still kind of a cluster in some ways, but everything that I learned, it really helped me write this book pretty fast. I mean, I published it at the end of 2019. So I probably spent about a year, I would say, about a year actually writing it and then rewriting it. And the good thing was that the research was already done because I already had all of these, just like all of us, these big notepads, notebooks of all this notes and all the things that I felt were relevant. So when people would ask me about this in our Facebook group, I would have the references. And so I would be able to quickly come up with it. And then I thought, well, wait a minute, if I just write a book, if I take all the stuff that I've already handwritten, why not just put that into one book? And then I can go back if somebody asks me, which is what I do now. I go back to my own book. What'll happen sometimes is people will actually ask me things that are in my book. And I'm like, where did you hear that? Go back. Oh, it's in your book. Okay, well. and so I would say it took me about a year to write it. And it was published at the end of 2019 because the podcast started pretty quickly after that.
Yeah. And I mean, I sit here and I look at a lot of the stuff that you've included in here and how much we've learned since you've published this book. But what I like is how you, I know we'll talk about this in a bit, but your section called The Gray Shame. And you don't just go over the documents of the court case, you actually bring in and talk about all of the other people that were invested or part of the Gray State movie, and whether it was training or acting or whatever. And, I think that the title of that, The Gray Shame, is so perfect because it turns out that the behavior of so many was so shameful. So what were you thinking when you decided to call it The Gray Shame?
Yeah, so that's interesting that you bring that up because before I started writing the books, I would publish just these small little blurbs about different things that were happening, trying to document, because there were people that were going and they would look up what is going on with the David Crowley case. So on my website, which is probably thegraystage.wordpress.com, that's what it was. If you go to thegraystage.com, it'll take you there too. But so I had been writing all of these small little stories about just things as they were happening, things that I thought were relevant that people needed to know. And so most of that chapter, The Gray Shame, is just a kind of like a redo of all of those small little blurbs that I had written, and I took them all and I put them into one spot. And the goal was to make it a timeline. This is kind of my version of a timeline there. And it sometimes it jumps around, but for the most part, that chapter should be a timeline starting with David Crowley meeting his wife, and then going into the whole to really to the last year of their life is really the basis of it. And it was called The Gray Shame because of the conversations that I had with David Crowley's friends and how shameful that I thought that it really was of what they were saying about David Crowley, how quickly they were saying it, and then how they were going after people who disagreed with it too. And there were so many shameful things, how the police acted, how the police responded, how they missed bullets, and a lot of the jumping to conclusions on this when it's such a tragic story with a 5-year-old child, all under the age, all three of them, obviously, the two parents, they're all under the age of 30. And, they had everything going for them. They were making a big name for themselves, and they were going to do something. I think they were going to do something really, really special. I think they did. I think in 2012 they really did something special that I didn't gravitate to at that time, but there was a lot of people that did. And so I really wanted to kind of document that journey, because we kept hearing David, turn to the dark side, basically, and all of a sudden, he snapped. Then there were other people that thought, no, he had planned this out. Then we had the theory that it was David Crowley and his wife had planned this out, and they had planned on doing this, and that was the thing. So none of this to me made sense. And instead of me just kind of, writing up what I thought about what these people said, I said, well, I'm just going to document it all. It's already documented. All I have to do is take all of that data and put it into one place. And the main thing for that chapter was to make sure that I put it in there before it got taken off of Facebook. And even now, some of the stuff that's in there, from what these people say, you probably can't find it. And the things, if you can find it, even the Justice for David Crowley family group, you got to go back years in order to find it, which, Facebook is okay about, searching. But so I wanted to make it really easy for people so that they could say, well, wait a minute, where did he get this from? Why is he saying this? Where's this quote? Is this a real quote? And so it was crucial for me to have that. And the only way to do it was to write it in a timeline, in some type of a timeline. Unfortunately, I did not have the Day One journal. If I would have, it may have taken me another year to actually write that book. And even going back and looking with the Day One journal, I could do a very different chapter, right? Not a different chapter, but I could add a lot more to it. One thing that I was really happy with is that even after everything that we did know, that we did find out after 2019, it really wouldn't have changed anything that I put in the book. There's definitely things that should be added to it that I would love to go back and maybe add at some point. But I never felt like, there were some things that I should have changed. One of the two things that I probably would change, I believe, is sometimes I would say DNA when it was blood, or I would call it blood, but it wasn't specific to where it said blood. And I think you had helped me correct some of those things that I had gotten wrong, where sometimes I would say blood, but it could be the DNA. So some of those, yeah. So I think that, those are some of the things that I would go back and maybe change. I think I may have found doing the podcast really helped too, because I was able to go back and find a couple of typos or a couple of things that just like, this sentence doesn't really, I need to rework this sentence or something like that. But I think for the most part, that was the most challenging chapter. That's the biggest chapter of the whole book. It's about 25 pages. It's my favorite chapter, and it brings it all back full circle. Because the book starts with us going into the house with the cops. We're right there with them. We're looking at what they look at. We're seeing what they see there. Because I want people to ask themselves, are you seeing what they're seeing? Because they're saying within 24 hours, David Crowley is guilty. Boom, case solved, basically. Mm-hmm. And so when you read this book, when you read those first chapters, are you seeing that? Or are you seeing what maybe what we're seeing is, there's no need to rush to that conclusion here, and really there's no evidence that David Crowley did this. So,
right. And one of the theories, which I took notes that was real popular, especially among the police, is that especially when the Allahu Akbar was written on the wall, that was David making a jab. That's what the police chief was saying. Oh, he's just making a last jab at his wife. Now, how and why he said that? I mean, David never once said one disparaging word toward his wife, not toward her culture. And in fact, when he was over there, he refused to fight and kill them. Right. And so he took a very menial job because he's like, I'm done. I'm laying down my arms. But yet they're like, oh yeah, this is what he did. And, he was this right wing. What do they call that? What do they call that? What's the word? I lost the term.
Right wing.
Like a conspiracist or something.
Conspiracy theory. There's a different term I think that came out after he died. Obviously, there was a few terms he got labeled with. That term it wasn't even a term when he was here in 2014.
Right?
So
and yet you say on page 157, and it's the gray shame chapter, where you quote David saying, so for those of you, hopefully you guys have okay ears because it says a bad word, but this is David's words that Greg is quoting from. It says, then on March 11th, David asked the question, you know what liberty feels like? Unsubscribing from hundreds of liberty or death fuck the NWO pages and Twitter accounts. Now, if he was so right-wing and if he was so into conspiracy theories, why was he unsubscribing from hundreds of pages of those?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of what I gather, again, never met the man, don't know him, but doing research and following him, I can imagine that he probably subscribed to a lot of these because he was needing research and information for the movie. And the fact that he starts unsubscribing, and that was in March 11th. And the murders didn't occur until, January the next year. He's already unsubscribing. So almost an entire year before the murders take place, he is separating himself from the quote unquote conspiracies. Now, if you hadn't written that in there, I wouldn't have known because I wasn't going around, looking up all of the stuff that he wrote. And you did a lot of tracking his Facebook accounts and writing it down. And again, it's in the book. And to me, that was like that really stuck out. And yet the police never paid attention.
No, they should have. And for whatever reason, they didn't. Now we were told that, there was a lot of strange things happening. Hey there, my friend, how are you? A lot of strange things happening in that last year, which is true, but they were spinning it. And that's what you'll often find. It's like, well, David was distancing himself. They want us to believe he was distancing himself because he was planning this, because he was going crazy, because he was doing drugs and doing all this crazy stuff, going down all these, looking into these crazy conspiracies, et cetera, et cetera. But it turns out he was distancing himself from certain people for very specific reasons. And it wasn't everyone. That's the other thing. They want us to believe that it was everyone. No, it was certain people. And a lot of these people just happened to be the same ones that after he died came out and said that he was guilty without any proof. And we're just so quick to say that David did this. I'm like, no wonder this guy was distancing himself from these shameful people, because everything that they did was just full of shame. And if David wanted to make money, he wouldn't have been unsubscribing from all of those pages, from all of those people, because those are some very powerful people in the quote unquote alternative truth groups. Alex Jones, once he put out there some bad things about Alex Jones, he's separating himself from a lot of Alex Jones fans. Alex Jones had a lot more fans probably back then than he may now. But Alex Jones, it was a big deal. It still is a big deal. So for David Crowley to do that, as at the same time he's trying to get his project into the right hands, Alex Jones could have easily helped him.
Yep.
But for whatever reason, just like many people that I know, David Crowley smelled something foul about Alex Jones. And unlike a lot of people that I know, he actually called him out on it. That does not help David Crowley. That does not help his project. That's not going to help him make money at that time. It may now because of some things that has happened with Alex Jones, but at that time to speak out against Alex Jones back in 2012, 2013, after Alex Jones just had him on to talk about his projects and had been a strong supporter of David Crowley. Alex Jones was in David Crowley's the documentary version, Gray State: The Rise. So he's in there. And so to me, that was a big deal. that David Crowley is going to go so far out and say that Dave pretty much call Alex Jones out for being all about the money, and that David Crowley did not want to go down that path. That was a big deal. And there were a lot of other people, and probably a lot of private conversations from people that were like, you should not have done that. You're hurting our chances. This isn't just about you. We were part of the Gray State Project too. This is our project too. So I think it kind of, that to me is like a line being drawn there. And I didn't focus on that in the book. I didn't want to put my own opinions, my own thoughts, because I knew there would always be time to go back over that and cover that. And but it was a big deal for me, and it's a couple sentences, but for me that was a huge thing that stuck out, is what David Crowley was doing, distancing himself from these NWO or these anti-NWO groups. I thought was just a fascinating part of this whole story.
Yeah, because his whole focus on Gray State really kind of was around the NWO and the government and how crazy it was. And then once he had that done and he had that deal with Hollywood, then all of a sudden he's like, okay, I'm backing off now. And he really wanted to focus on other things. He's like, I want this done. I'm so over this.
Yeah.
And he really wanted to move on because he had other ideas, which really, again, by reading the book, we see you do very well in putting out there all of, not just what the police say they found, but the other facts that you found and the other various, forms of social media, which oftentimes, if not all the time, goes against what the police were saying in their reports, and even what those who were associated with him were saying. It's like, on one hand, they would go on TV and go, oh yeah, he really loved his wife. We never saw any problems, blah, blah, blah. Or vice versa. Maybe they said it in their police statement. But on one hand, they're saying really good things about David. And the next thing you know, they're like, well, yeah, he just snapped and killed everybody.
Right.
Well, what is it? Make up your mind.
Right. Yeah, there's and none of their stories really matched either. The stories always change here. At least this is good. The 3Ds: deflect, distract, and divide. Yeah. And it's like this program, and you see it all in this case. And by the same strange cast of characters who all had, who wanted to be part of this, who wanted to be part of David Crowley's project. And then you have David Crowley separating himself from them, distancing, and they don't want to talk about the facts. Everything that is in this book is probably stuff that the Gray State goons are not going to tell the Gray State fans. So it is really the other side. And so when the Gray State goons would go and say Dan and Greg are crazy, the Justice for David Crowley group is crazy, and for the people that would say, well, you know what, let me see what they have to say. And so for those people that read this book, and that's another reason why I wanted to make it free, to make it out there, to make it as easily accessible as possible. And so to me, that really left the door open to say, there is an alternative here. And it's crazy that, people that have no association with David, no reason to back this guy up, in some cases like me, did not like David Crowley's work. And here we are defending him against his friends, his family, people that were working with him, that would go out on shoots, that had a real relationship with David Crowley, and we're defending David Crowley. And so people be like, well, if that's what they say, then they must be right because they were with David. They know better than you, et cetera, et cetera. But we've given you many different reasons why I don't care how close these people were with David. They should know better. They should know exactly what we put in this book. Now, if they want to say that what is in the book is wrong, they can definitely do that. And but I would love to hear, what did I get in this book that is wrong?
Well, I mean, they would be, it's like, good luck, because everything that's in here that I'm looking, you were quoting exactly. And those who have read the police reports, the minute you start looking at this, you're like, okay, yeah, that's the police report. I can probably even tell you, is that the 94 page document or the 485? I mean, you know, because we have read these so much, we can go, oh yeah, I know where that is. Wait, that's his journal. Wait, this is this. And, you know, I find it interesting, just like you said, too. It's like the people who say that they loved him are the ones who are throwing him under the bus for their financial gain. Right. All of these people who say he was so crazy and this film drove him over the edge are the same ones that are now trying to steal the profits from what they think they can glean from his work. And it's like, whoa. And I like the fact that this book really brings to light all of, you know, the hidden agendas of everybody, not just the people involved in Gray State, but it seems like the police department as well. And I don't understand it. It's like, you know, you read through all of this stuff and you're looking at these documents, and let me find, I just went through a really good page here. Where you were including a lot of information from, like, you know, these pages where Greg is showing this is coming from, you know, the police reports. And when you're looking at this and you realize it doesn't match, nothing matches. The scene doesn't match what the police say. The scene doesn't match what the people say. And I don't understand. I guess I'm confused why there's not a bigger uproar, but maybe it's because, like you said, not enough people really know about it. I mean, I never heard of him until just by chance, Richie from Boston happened to me. I just turned on a Richie from Boston video. I was bored one day and he mentioned David Crowley and I'm like, what the heck is this? And then which led me to you guys' group. Well, no, led me to the Netflix movie. And then when I saw that, I started researching going, oh, no, something's not right here. And then I found you guys' group. And then from the rest is history. And so when you did this book, I'm like, whoa, this is very, very helpful.
Yeah, and I'm glad. I'm glad that it is. It's that's all it's supposed to be. It's just supposed to be the other side. And for the people who, you know, have not yet gone through all of those documents and everything, this is just kind of like a brief summary, because there's a lot to go through. There's a lot that did not get into the book, a lot that did not make it into the book. And that's even back in 2019, you know, I had ripped a lot of stuff from this book because I really wanted to get it down just to the bare bones, which is something I tried to do with my first book. And the book kind of came out a little bland. I thought it wasn't, I don't know. It just didn't flow the way that this book. I feel like this book just really flows, and I think that's because of how much research that I spent on it all of those years from 2015, you know, to 2017, and then getting into 2018. It's like, how could I not write a book? I have all of this data here. I enjoy writing. I think that the information is relevant, and I feel like a lot of it people were just not. They didn't have access to, they didn't know where to go, and they were also being told a bunch of lies by people who wanted us to believe that David Crowley was guilty. And for those people, I mean, even back in 2015, there were a lot of people that understood, a lot of Gray State fans that understood, no, this is wrong. You guys are making a mockery of David Crowley.
Yeah. And so what was your biggest surprise, if anything, in your research for this book? What were you surprised by the most?
Probably the DNA. Because I expected a lot more. The fact that they could not tie David Crowley to the blood writing was a big deal, because that's all that you ever hear. Oh, David wrote it. Based on what? What evidence do they have? Just because it was his home? Well, maybe it was his wife. Well, obviously that doesn't really make sense either, because, you know, I don't know. There's just so many reasons why that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because his DNA was not in any of the samples taken.
Right. Right.
You're
And-
right. And that's what surprised me was, the lack of DNA. They couldn't even tie him to the weapon. The only DNA evidence they have on that weapon from David is his blood on the magazine.
Right.
And it's like, how did his blood get on the magazine?
Right.
It doesn't happen that way. So yeah, it's like, whoa, if you can't even tie him to that trigger and you can't get his prints and nothing, but yet you're saying he did this and his DNA where he lives in that house is not there. It wasn't on the cell phone. His own personal cell phone with Kamel's blood was only Kamel's DNA. He wasn't even on there. And we all know how much we handle cell phones. Every time we touch our cell phones, we're leaving DNA. And his cell phone didn't have any of his own personal DNA. So yeah, I think you're right. I think that is a big one. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, and some of the stuff that they just did not test, they just didn't even do those tests. But I mean, if you just look at what the tests that they did, you would expect that those DNA results would be what led them to say, okay, we got the proof here. This is why David Crowley did it. His DNA is here. His DNA is all over. His DNA, if his DNA is not tied to the blood writing, why are we supposed to just believe that David Crowley wrote that? And all the media and these Gray State goons, they just ran with it. Whether they got tricked, whether they got duped, or if they just didn't care, I don't know. But for whatever reason, they just ran with it, and that's not right.
No,
That's
and
not
like
fair.
like Iconic saying, he's saying, uh-oh, back to paleo. And yeah, exactly. They try to tell you in their reports. Now, this is not hearsay.
Yeah.
In reports and in interviews, the police will say that paleo somehow got rid of the blood. Now, this dog was very specific. There's no blood from the little girl. There is no blood from David other than what is on the inside of the gun on the magazine. Yet Kamel's blood is everywhere. So the dog picked and choose. I'm just going to eat. I'm just going to lick up all David's blood. I'm just going to lick up Ranya's blood and do that. And then I'm just going to leave Kamel. No, it's like, but they don't stop to think about that and think rationally.
Yeah, and I believe we had a lot of trolls and a lot of people that were purposely sent there to create wild and crazy theories to use those to counter. So instead of focusing to counter what we're saying, they would come in there and they would create these crazy stuff that they would then counter. Or if somebody asked them a relevant question, hey, Greg said this or Catherine said this, they would bring it back to, well, these crazy people have also said this other stuff. They would deflect pretty much. And we saw that so much. It was crazy. Some of those tactics that were used. And it's like, that was another reason that led me to think there's more to this than just, what they say happened.
Yeah. And, I think about, like you said, it's like, if you had added like the Blacklight report and the journal and everything, I mean, this book would have been like so thick. Because the Day One journal proves beyond a shadow of a doubt someone else was accessing their computer from the outside. It shows in there that it was accessed on January 14th. So no matter, I still believe they died in January. People believe they died in December. Regardless, they were still deceased on January 14th. Yet it states the root drive was accessed on January 14th.
Yeah. And
that means somebody was in there.
Yeah, one of the strange things that I also found about the, and I'm sure not just me, but I think one of the strange things that we know about the Day One journal is this goes back to some things that were happening where they could not get their dates right. The information by the investigators weren't really lining up with what some of the other investigators said. And here we have one very clear case where the investigators are telling us that the Day One journal ended on a certain day. And then we get the journal and it ended later. So, I mean, there's things like that really kind of make you question, how is that possible? Why would the investigators say that? Did they have a different version? Then later they got another version of it. Is the version that we have one that the police don't have? There's just so many different questions like that. I don't believe that that's true because it ended up coming from them. But at first, when this all got leaked by Tony Floyd, you know, it was just like, wow, this is all stuff that we had been asking for. I still don't understand why they wouldn't release that to us. I mean, I guess the only thing that I can think of is that they wanted that secret knowledge to keep tricking people to say, well, these guys, David or Greg and Catherine and Sophia and Dan and all of them, they just haven't seen the documents that we've seen. So if they saw those, then they would understand. Or we would get people that were telling me that I have seen these documents. They would accuse me of seeing things that I knew David Crowley is guilty and I'm just hiding it and everything. I'm like,
oh, that's right. They did that. They did that a lot too.
Yeah.
You're like going, it's in the book. Everything I have is right here in the book.
It's all there. And then all this stuff that they accused me of having later on, like the Day One Journal, you read it and there's nothing in there that would lead anyone to think David Crowley did it. You know, not any rational, reasonable person. Someone who's grasping for straws, maybe, but
he never once talked ill of his wife. He, you know, yeah, he struggled with being a father, but I know a lot of men that struggle with being a father. But the whole point is that before, right after summer ended, or just before, somewhere around the end of summer, is where he writes, he's like, I finally connected with her. Things are so good with Rania. And it's like, that doesn't sound like a man who's going to turn around and do all this stuff.
Right.
Not at all. I don't know. It's so crazy.
Strange.
And then there was something else I was going to talk. Oh, it was like in my brain and left. I hate that. It's like, oh, jeepers. So many things start, you know, running through there and I lose it. But, oh, darn it. It's got to come back.
It will. I mean, there was so much that wasn't left, that wasn't in this book. And then there was so much that came out after it that, again, it's like, how could anyone think that any of this proves that David Crowley did it? You can think whatever you want. You can believe whatever you want, but it's not based on the facts. The facts are not going to lead you to think, okay, David did it. Not going to happen.
Not one piece of the evidence, and especially what you're showing in here. And again, we have read all of the documents. I've read them all multiple times. And not one piece of evidence points to any even questionable proof that David did this to his family. Now, if it did, I would have no problem saying, man, this man is guilty. Get over it. Here's why. Here's what happened. But nothing. I mean, zero. There's nothing that shows that he did this. But yet everything that points to somebody who either knew them or had a vendetta against them took this out on the entire family, not just him, but they took out his wife and child.
It's brutal.
And the police are okay with that. They're okay with going, oh yeah, he did it. You know, case closed. We can walk out of here now. We don't have to do any extra work. And that's where I have the biggest problem.
Yeah, it's very, very sad. It's such a strange case, such a very sad case, and I'd never seen any case like this ever.
Yeah, no. And I mean, I have been looking and investigating and crime since, oh my goodness, way back, like in the early 1990s is when I really started doing it. And when like right around 1996, I think was when the internet started to become popular. And way back then you could actually join a bunch of groups. And I still remember I joined this one group. They were like people who specialized in, they were either FBI, police officers, psychologists, and, you know, but people like me, because I had been investigating and I had a background, I could join their groups too. So, I mean, this is not anything new for me, which is why I commend you for writing a book. I've started one. I can't do it. And it's only because my feelings get in the way really, really fast. And I mean, I have lots of anger toward all of those I mean, everybody, because of the lies that are perpetuated, the fact that we have this proof, we bring this proof to them. We show them in their own reports what they said is wrong.
Right.
And wrong in the sense that here's what you wrote, but here's what your conclusion said. And guess what? They don't match. And they're like, we're satisfied. We're happy with our outcome.
Yeah, yeah. They have no intention. And they made that very clear back in 2015 that there was nothing that was going to change their mind. And at that point, it was also, pretty evident that, okay, somebody's got to stand up for this guy, or even if we're not, I never really felt like I was standing up for David Crowley. It was just showing like, this is what the truth is, guys. It's not what they're telling you. And I got so sick of every news article that I would read, all had the same thing and all left. Probably 99% of what's in this book, they left it all out, and they had the same data that we had. They could have easily put some of the stuff in there, and they did not.
I remembered what I was going to say. Yeah, thanks. You jolted my brain. Going back to the evidence in what was written, and I remember, because you brought up Tony Floyd, and that's what made it snap in my head, is at the very, maybe about a couple of years into myself looking into this case and doing videos, we've all, just so that you guys know, Greg, Dan, myself, and I don't know, maybe even Sophia, but those of us who have really been researching this case, who have researched this case deeply, we're generally contacted by people, and they're very stealth and don't want anybody to know who they are. Well, that's what happened with me. And at the beginning, they're like, hey, look at the metadata. And I'm like, and I didn't have time to do it for a while, and they kept nagging me. Have you done it yet? Look at this, check out the metadata. So I finally started pulling up, because in the programs that I have, because I used to do photography, so I have Lightroom and I have Paint Shop Pro. I have all these programs so I can go in and then look at metadata and see what's written in there. And the metadata is wrong. The metadata has been altered. That's no. That's huge no. Why would they need to change a photograph, alter any lighting, alter anything? You don't. You snap that picture, you leave it as is, and you put it on. But the metadata was incorrect, and some of these photos had been altered. And, I don't know how much they were altered. I could only see that they had been altered. Maybe it was lighting, maybe it was positioning. I don't know. But that doesn't matter. The fact is that someone went in and changed the metadata on the photos. And that is done purposefully. And you have to go into a program and retype things. So this isn't just a simple, oops, that's a mistake. Like Greg was saying, it's like, so much effort was put into leading people down a certain path. And they didn't seem to understand that what they did could be followed. We followed their tracks.
Yeah. And in many cases, they got caught in lies. A lot of people did a lot of lies, and then a lot of things that they just tried to not even talk about. Like someone had somehow, I didn't even think about asking about the dog feces. Did they test the dog feces? I didn't think about asking that until it was brought up by somebody in the group, probably like at the very end, as I was finishing up this book. It took them a year to answer that. And I don't even know if I put that in the book, because this was all during COVID. So I don't even think that I had that clear answer yet. And I was not going to put anything in the book that I could not really back up, or that I did not feel like I had a answer for it. And it wasn't that, and that's why there's a lot of stuff that was left out. And I think that that disappointed some people too, because they had been telling me things, and there were things that they wanted in the book. I felt like there were people, like you say, contacting us privately that were trying to mislead me, that were trying to steer me down a certain path, that wanted me to look at their evidence and go with it. And what I find is, if you push back on those people and push back hard early on, if they're real, they'll stick with you. If they're not, they're going to get angry and they're gonna, join a group that is built to be your fan club, pretty much. You find that. So, and then you get accused. Well, you're me. I thought you were a Christian. I thought you were this. Like, well, yeah, you guys are testing me. I'm testing you too. I never said that to them, but I'm sure, I'm sure that at some point they had to have realized that you're fishing for information from me. Well, guess what? I'm also fishing too, because I need to know if you are a real person, and if you are, then you're not going to get mad at me when I disagree with you on this stuff. And more so than not, a lot of people did get mad, and they accused me of things, like I said, of hiding things, and they would go ask people, and they would just start following them because they didn't like me. They didn't like my views on Trump. They didn't like how I felt about gays. They didn't like how I felt about Jesus. So they would look for things, or they would purposely, they couldn't separate those views from this case.
Yeah, and that's so true, because back then, especially when the thing happened, because of my stance on it, and I just have a whole different, I have a different viewpoint on it because I come from a different background. And because I was verbal about that, and I was at odds with someone who was a little bit bigger on YouTube at that time, I lost over half, well over like 2/3 of my subscribers. As soon as they came to my channel and said something very rude to me because of what I said, on one of my videos, I mean, they just left. And I'm like, okay, you're gonna leave. I thought you guys were here to support David Crowley. And if you don't agree with what I say about that situation, that's fine. I'm not asking you to, but you're supposed to be supporting him. But they didn't care. It's like people just in, out. And it's like, wow, okay, guess we know where you really were at the time.
Right.
But, I know you had started a second book on this case, and you had a whole bunch of people dropping chapters. Now, is that something that you plan on finishing, just because it was covering a lot of other information, or are you just going to let that go by the wayside for a bit? Because I want other people to, I want to know if we have something else to look forward to, because this is so good.
Yeah, I'm still kind of 50-50 on it. I feel like I probably have enough for a second book on my own. I've always wanted to write that book where you get 5 to 10 people and everybody writes their own chapter. I think it's a great idea. It's something I would still love to be part of. I don't know if I would want to take lead on it. I think that would be my only thing. It's a lot of work to make sure that everybody gets their chapters done, that everything is solid. There's no slander or anything like that. So I think that would be my only hesitation now, is I'd love to be a part of it. I just don't know if I have the time, really, just with family stuff and with everything else. I don't know if I have the time to really take the lead to make sure that it gets done properly.
Well, okay. I mean, there are editors out there. Well, I only know because I know some of the stuff that was in there. I don't think you give yourself enough credit, Greg. I thought what you were doing and what I saw before was very good. And, if you need somebody to come in and check to see if there's, if it's not sticking to facts and it starts, going down an emotional pathway, I mean, I'll help you out. There are also editors, we can work on getting editors for the book, which would be a completely outside source.
Sure.
Who could look for that. But, it's just because I know I read some of the stuff that you have written in there, and I don't know, it just seems like I think people would get a lot out of that book.
Yeah,
Because you cover a lot of stuff, again, that you either didn't have access to, or for whatever reason could not be included in this one. So you were putting it in the second one. So I hope one day soon you you get that finished, because it was good. And I'm just like, okay, please finish it.
Well, thank you for that. I definitely appreciate that. I felt like, yeah, it's some of the stuff that I was writing, it kind of gets into it. I felt like it was taken away from the case almost. I didn't want to make the book about me. And again, it goes back because these people contacted me. And so how do you do that? You have to make it about you because you're writing about what these people said about you or what the conversation, the things that they've told you. So I don't know. I'm still like I said, I'm still 50-50 on it. I'm not closing the door, but I would rather see somebody take what we have so far and take lead on it.
Okay, because here's why I think it's important that you include information like that. Not because necessarily it has anything to do with the case per se. However, it lets the reader know the hell we have gone through fighting for justice for this man and his family.
Yeah.
And that is what shows really what we have been put through the ringer, all of us. And it's like people need to understand what it is and despite that, we still fight for the justice, not for David, but for the justice. It's just, it happens to be his name attached to it.
Yeah.
You know, because I don't care if his name was Joe Blow from Timbuktu, I would still have gone with it. And I believe you would have too, with the same type of gusto. Look what they did to this person. This isn't right.
Yeah. Yeah. It was so clear. It's such a slam dunk case. And that was one of my biggest beefs with some of these alternative media people that I was already kind of on the outs with, already kind of like, oh, okay, you know what? Instead of listening to what they say and then going to research what they say, I'm just going to kind of steer clear from them and see what happens. And you know, God showed me pretty quickly that a lot of the people that I was following are not who I thought that they were. They're not the researchers that I thought that they were. Their motivations are not what I thought that they were. That doesn't mean that I'm right, but that's what I believe. And that's what I truly think about a lot of these people that were a part of the quote unquote truth movement are not real. They're not real people who really care about doing the research and getting involved and trying to get justice. They act like they are, and they act like they want truth, but they're doing shows. Their motivation is different. It's a different thing. I don't have a weekly show. I don't have money coming in from those shows. I work 9 to 5 at a regular job and then do this stuff on my own time. I'm not willing to risk any of that to put myself in the spot where these people can be compromised. And I believe that some of them are, because they have to make a living. They have to walk this fine line. They have to be careful about what they say, what their sponsors want, and all of that stuff. So it was very eye-opening to me to really see that a lot of the people back in the early 2000s, after 9/11, after the Iraq War, really, after I started learning about there's something really odd here, around 2004, 2005, all the people that I was following, or a lot of them, are the same people that were involved with this project at some time, or David has actually spoken to them and are in David Crowley's the documentary film. A lot of them are in there, and I see it. I see them totally different now than what I did way back then.
Yeah, and you know, every single person that I could find that was involved with either the Gray State or with David or anybody, and I mean everybody I could find, without exception, have never returned an email or a phone call from me. Not one person. And I would give them, I'm like, hey, you know, this is who I am. This is what I've been doing. I would like to know if you would like to talk about David Crowley. You know, you said this on this episode, blah, 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 blah. Here's my channel. You can see what I'm doing. You know, I'm not some stupid troll. And, you know, when you have over 100 videos, it's kind of like, okay, maybe the person, you know, is really looking into it. Nobody responded. I can't even get the police to respond to an FOIA request. So I'm like, wow. And that opened my eyes a lot.
Yeah, and that's the sad truth of it. But you know, at least it showed us who some of these people are, what they're really like, and it was sad to learn some of that. Some of that I kind of understood. Some of their personalities I gravitated towards them because I had the same type of a personality, at least at that point, or I wanted to have the personality that they had. I wanted to be as brave as I thought they were being. But when they all shut up about David Crowley, I started asking myself, how brave are these people?
Right.
What do they really care? If they don't care about this slam dunk case that is not going to hurt them to talk about it, why aren't they talking about it?
Yeah.
And it changed my view on a lot of people.
Unfortunately,
No.
I know Greg's like, I wasn't. I mean, I was, because some of the people I really thought would respond. And yeah, I mean, there was nothing at all. Although I do have to say that even though one of the people who did not respond to me, they did respond to you, and we all did a video together. So that I was grateful for. I'm like, okay, so he ignored me, but at least he, you know, he ignored my request to him, but we did get together and do a video. So then it's like, okay, so maybe I shouldn't say 100. Well, I don't know. Take it as you will. Is that 100% or not? But
yeah.
They at least did come forward and say, no, that I know this man. I was with him, and that's not who he is.
Yeah.
But in closing, because I know you have a family and you're not feeling well, is there anything else you want to say final about your book? Other than, I mean, you guys, it's a fantastic book. And Greg does often give these out for free, but I'm telling you, buy it. It is worth the money. That's my take. I'm an author as well, but you know, he deserves the money for the research he put into this. Any last words?
The book did really, really well. I didn't expect to really sell any copies, just to friends, you know, just to people who just want to have that or who want to support what I'm doing, what we're all doing. But the response was overwhelmingly positive. You know, it's very rare that I get anyone. I mean, I may get people that criticize me or a video or something like that, but not the book, really. Even some of the people that don't like me, I've heard some, you know, positive. They've said some positive things about the book. I think one even said that, well, I take this as a negative or a positive. I don't know, but it's pretty much he just took all this stuff and did like a copy paste. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of what I did. All I did was put what is out there and put it into one book here, you know. So like there's no creativity because all he did was just take the information, you know.
Well, that's what you were telling him. That was the purpose of the book. And it's not all copy paste, but however, you do include a lot of the documents and you show the photographs of the documents. And that, my dear friends, is not a bad thing because it's the proof right up front. And again, for those who want to know, it's called The Gray Stage, based on The Gray State by David Crowley, and it's by Greg Fernandez Jr. And I will put a link underneath the video where you guys will be able to get this book, and you know, please buy it. It's well worth it, especially if you like true crime and you like the facts and not just somebody's storied you know, fantasy. You know, when I compare, okay, I read the book Evil Intentions based on, you know, 2 murders out of Arizona, and it was nothing but fabricated fantasy ideology by the author. It was horrible. And the reason why I know that is because I interviewed these criminals and I read all of the case documents I could get my hands on from the police and from the inmates themselves. It didn't even match up. But with this, I love this book because of the fact that you include, you know, not only do you put in copies of the actual documents, but then you also list them in the back where you got the information from and then where people can get it from.
Yeah.
I mean, and you have that on your website as well.
Yeah, they can download it. They can download it free too if you just want to get a PDF version and download it. And if you're like me, you can't read digital books, you can just print it out. Go to your library, go somewhere, you can print it out for probably a couple dollars, hopefully. But or else it is out there. The only other thing that I really want to do one day with this book is do a hardcover copy. I think that's probably the next step. But that may be another year or so out because of the book that I'm writing now. That book, there's no way that's going to be done until next summer, just because we don't know what's going to happen in 2024. So at the end of November, and then, but I'm not done with this case. We know Catherine isn't. We know that, a lot of people aren't. So I don't know if you want to call it that I'm taking a break or that I just am really focused on this other book that I'm writing now, but definitely not completely done with this case. And if new information comes out, as more information does come out, which I believe that it will, we'll still be here to cover it. I'm not on Facebook. Has nothing to do with the David Crowley case. One of the only reasons why I was still on Facebook was because of the David Crowley case. But I'm not on Facebook, and I don't know if I plan on coming back to Facebook, unfortunately. But I am on YouTube. You'll find me on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only reason I came back to Facebook was because of the David Crowley case. I'd been off for many years and I loved it. And I don't blame you.
Although I found myself on TikTok, but again, not with anything with me. You're not going to find me dancing half naked on TikTok or anything like that. It is strictly just to talk about Kennedy and Trump. And all I do is just post clips of them. That's it. But anything that I do where it's just something like this will be right here on Facebook on the Greg Fernandez Jr. Channel, or we'll get back to the Gray States channel too. And of course, if I get banned, because I have 2 Greg Fernandez Jr. channels out there, so hopefully I don't lose this one that I already have 2 strikes on. But
I know, hopefully you stick around. But just so you guys know, in the very near future, though, Greg will be back and we will talk about his second book, which is What is Truth? It's the 9/11 story, which is also another excellent book. He says it's dry and everything, but again, it's information. Yes, show that.
It's a little dry, but yeah.
No,
Okay.
it's got a lot of really good information in that as well. So we will cover that in the near future. And then also after that, I plan on bringing him back in for a third time, and we will discuss the books that he was just discussing, the one he's working on now about what's happening in the world today. But thank you so much, Greg. Is there anything else you want to say in closing?
No, that's it. Thank you very much for having me on.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Greg.
All right. Bye now.